Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Waterdeep Dragon Heist Resurfaced. We are glad to be back after a bit of a hiatus. I'm your DM, the legendary Kraken, living in the dark depths of the ocean, surrounded by treasure and wrecked ships. I've come to the surface, casting my tentacles to the sky in search of a galleon or two to destroy. I haven't found any yet, but I've found this Dungeons & Dragons game, so I think I'll DM for a while. Victoria, do you have any announcements for us today?
I may not be a kraken, but I'm an octopus, and I have an announcement in most of my tentacles. So first we want to give a shout out to our lovely sponsors, Little Dragon Corp and Cardboard Castle Games. Little Dragon Corp is a Canadian dice company that supplies all kinds of awesome tabletop gear. You can go to their Twitter at LittleDragonCo1 to stay updated on all their awesome products, and make sure you use the coupon code PROBONUS when you head over to littledragoncorp.com, and you'll get 10% off of your order. Cardboard Castle Games is a lovely game store local to the Evans, Georgia area. Please give them your patronage if you find yourself there. Don't forget to check out our other games. The schedule should be posted below the Twitch video feed, or you can do !schedule in the chat. We stream every day. We have games for several major published modules. We have homebrew games. Some of our games are in systems other than 5th edition, so hopefully we have something that's up your alley. So, a couple special announcements. Number one, we have a community Discord with public channels now. So there should be a Discord banner button on our Twitch page that will link you right to it so you can join. And we're also going to be starting up some subscriber games. So folks who subscribe to our Twitch are now able to sign up to play in monthly games run by a variety of our talented DMs and such. We will be dropping more info for that in our community Discord. So that's double the reason to join and come vibe with us. Also, we now have a bunch of new chat emotes that are available at all the different subscription tiers. Heck yeah. Now you can invoke characters like Cypher, the Shadowrun techno cutie, or everybody's favorite maniacal wizard, Molfin. And we will be rotating the different character emotes every single month, so keep checking back and see who's there. Additionally, we've also expanded our channel point rewards. Your Probo points, as we like to call them, can now give you the chance to actually participate in our games. And tonight is like the first night that we have them unlocked, so this is going to be a whole new experience that we're on with you together. Viewers can guide the hand of fate with rewards like gold and inspiration. We even have a community reward that will eventually, at a surprising time, unlock it's a surprise. It's a surprise time with a surprise reward. We don't know who's going to get it. So please feel free to interact with us. Also, just want to give a quick shout out to Adrian Von Ziegler and thank him for some of the music that we use here on our Wednesday night games. He's a very talented composer with great content usage rules. Please check out his YouTube and his Patreon. Support him if you can. Christy, Mystic Hour!
This week is Star Wars, I believe. But
Yes.
Next week, we're gonna go back to some Dragon Age 2, BB.
Woo!
Woo! Come join me.
That's it for announcements, I think?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. So it's been a while. I think a recap is in order for everyone involved. Dylan, are you prepared to do that?
I mean, I want to say that Vic also recapped me prior to turning this on, and
Fair.
I'm just gonna immediately... I mean, Vic, you have the notes, but essentially, God, it was so much. Like a while back now, both in real time and I think in 2 sessions or so, we were attacked by bugbears, had to get all that cleaned up, had to go get them cut up by the meat man, which was gross. Meat's off the menu at our tavern until further notice. Nova's been working on that. But we have a captured Xanathar agent that's being kept in Raynar Neverember's house.
He got picked up.
Who ended up getting picked up, see? He got picked up. We met with Mert, kind of gave him some updates on what we've been trying to figure out with this cult, and basically being like, hey man, we really, really, really would like some help with this cult. Mert got us connected with one of his people, who is named Victoria, because names are the worst thing for me.
Romalia of House Oldbrinter, but her name is Romalia Haventree.
Mm-hmm.
God, she's on it. I love her so much. A noble that is working with the Harpers, She basically was like, hey, I can like operate as a way to get you some scrolls or potions for cheap. I can kind of help get people to watch the tavern because the party is planning on leaving Waterdeep. We're possibly going to be going on our way to Baldur's Gate to try and make a connection with this figure known as the Fetcher. Also possibly to meet some Nova backstory people. But we figured out that one of the keys that we need to open up the vault where the dragons are stored is we need a bar of pure adamantine. Very, very hard to come by, but possibly we may be able to get one from this person named the Fetcher. So we need to take a ship to Baldur's Gate.
Which also, you found out that it was the bar of that metal because you threatened to throw Galore into the Astral Sea, and they were like, good, you finally grew a spine. Have a crumb of...
He was waiting for me to grow a spine, so I did threaten to shunt him into the Astral Sea. Galore also gave us some very, very interesting information when Legend Lore was cast on Victorio Castellanter, which... Victoria, do you want to read it one more time? I think you have it written.
Oh, I certainly will. I do have it written down. I'm pretty sure it's verbatim. A man who sold the things most precious to him. One is far beyond saving, but he is desperate to redeem himself for the sake of the rest.
So, big cult vibes coming from him, but we don't know how involved his wife is. So we decided that it was time to maybe check up on the Castellanters because we had offered that we would cater the birthday party for their twin children. We met, we saw I think we just saw Victoria. No, Victoria was.
We heard of him.
Meeting. He was having a meeting with he was having boys' time. So we mostly spoke with Lady Castellanter, worked on planning that, to which Talus has taken full jurisdiction over getting that pretty much planned. That's in about a month's time. We're gunning for 2 weeks at most for whatever business we need to get done in Baldur's Gate and come back. Sir was working on getting a ship. Nova has weird things going on with her deck. Talus is planning a birthday party, and we all have anxiety. And it's the 13th.
And everybody is gay.
And everyone is gay. And that's a lot. I'm gonna have a chicken nugget.
You deserve one. And you also deserve the inspiration from giving that recap.
That one needs to go to Victoria because I wouldn't have known anything if Victoria didn't take good notes. I feel like
that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Then I'll hold on to it and give it to you when you inevitably need it.
Roll really bad.
Mm-hmm.
We love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we find ourselves on the 13th of Marpanoth. The plans that you guys have been putting into place, we can kind of recap and go over. But this day is essentially yours to do with what you will. I know that Nova was trying to get things squared away with the bar. I know that Talus was attempting to do things relating to the birthday party for the two turning 10-year-old twins. And I know that Sir was attempting to secure passage to Baldur's Gate.
We're in it, guys.
You're in it.
I miss you. I love you.
I miss you guys so much. I love you.
Very, very happy to be back.
Talon's radiating.
So radiant.
They're making my heart race.
Doki doki suru.
So, what would you like to be doing today? On the equivalent of a Tuesday.
I mean, I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been thinking about this for 3 months. So basically, the plan of the party is it's going to tell a story, because technically, Lady Castellanter was like, oh, well, we don't know, but, like, give me your ideas, and then I'll let you know if we pick you. So I'm putting together, like, a very hasty lookbook thing of a plan. I want the whole party to, like, tell a story of, like, the Lord of the Pirates and, basically, the princess of, like, warriors, and how they, like, spent a long time, like, fighting and would always send their champions against each other, vying for control. But then, like, a greater, like, threat comes, and they have to, like, band together to, like, defeat this threat, because you don't want they're twins, like they both need to feel special. So that's gonna be like the whole theme of the party, but there's gonna be like different rooms where you can like do games, there's gonna be snacks, and like yeah, like there's gonna be all kinds of stuff like that, and like you go through like and experience this whole like story, and then it will culminate in like a big performance of like the two champions of like the Lord of Pirates and like the warrior princess like fighting whatever kind of monster. Also, it's a masquerade because it has to be. It literally has to be. And so I don't know if I have any more of those. I have one last paper bird, so I'm going to take my last paper bird. I'm going to send my last paper bird to Jarlaxle, let him know, like, kind of what's going on, and being like, wouldn't it be nice if the Sea Maiden's Fair, like, you know, maybe, like, paid a visit, considering one of the kids frickin' loves pirates, just to see if he wants to, like, get in on this. Because I know he loves attention, and I have a feeling he's gonna like me with that.
This is amazing.
And so I'm basically like putting together my plan of all the different games, like a potential menu that I will run by Nova that I don't have ready yet because it's not time yet, and I'm still working on that. Like it'll be just good stuff that kids like, yeah, just like putting together samples for like decorations and how I want everything to look. And then before we leave for Baldur's Gate, I will deliver it to the Castellanter estate for Amalia to peruse so that she can decide if she wants to actually hire us to plan the party as well as cater it.
Okay. That is quite the plan. Yeah, snaps for Vic. So that's something that you're getting prepared in basically, we'll say a binder for simplicity's sake, to present to the Castellanters?
Yeah, and like since we're gonna be away for 2 weeks and I only have one day to do this, like it's not gonna have like everything that I would want to have in it, obviously, but I will like outline like basic plans so that she knows like what kind of like people to start hiring to do stuff. Like,
okay.
Yeah, and I will try to get that to her by the end of the day.
Okay, is that something that you're just gonna be dropping off? Are you gonna be going and like actually making like a presentation?
I'll give like a little presentation about it.
Okay. I'm gonna leave that up to you if that's something that you actually would like to role play through, or if that's something you want to do just a few rolls for.
You know what? To save time so that everyone else can also like go through what they want to do, I will just do the rolls.
Okay, fair enough. Are you sure? You are also able to take up space in the game.
I mean, I'll basically say, like...
Copy paste?
I'll basically go over, like, what I just said, because Lady Castellanter, what I feel is most important, and I think you'll agree, is that the children have a nice time. I've seen some parties that some of the nobles have put together for their children, and really, they care more about entertaining the adults there. And you'd think that that would be the harder thing to do. It's not. Making sure that the children have an event that is memorable for the rest of their lives and that makes them feel special and important is what I think needs to be the priority, and I would hope you would agree on that. So, I have this plan for the party, blah blah blah, pirate, lord, like, princess of warriors, like, going through the presentation and the whole storyline, games, snacks, like, stuff like that. And I think that this is a way for both of your children to feel special and to engage with the things that they seem to be really passionate about, but still have equal attention and cooperation paid to an experiential sort of party as opposed to like just like you show up and play games. Like there's a story to be told here that will stick with them forever. I hope.
Roll me a performance check.
Okay. Oh god. Okay, that's a 15 plus 6 is a 21.
Breathe.
Okay, 21. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay, we're gonna do this metal die. I also have a +6 to this. We're gonna use the inspiration. Bye!
There we go.
Yep, that's a 17.
Okay.
He had carried over inspiration from like a couple episodes back, so it's okay. Yes.
And then why don't you roll me an insight check? The insight check is basically not necessarily in the way that Nova uses it, but more of a being able to read her and gauge how you should move your presentation from that way.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
an insight check for your final roll.
I'm not great at these.
Believe in you.
That's a 10.
Okay.
I only have a +1.
Okay. So, with those rolls in your presentation, she basically tells you that she does have other people who are going to be basically giving their pitches to her over the next couple of hours of that day. But she will have somebody send you a message via a sending spell to inform you within the next 48 hours if your pitch has been chosen.
Cool. I will say, thank you, Lady Castellanter, and I will give an elaborate bow. And I assume I am escorted off of the premises.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
And in a cordial way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. That's my day.
Okay. Nova, what are you doing?
What type of what's the weather gonna be like back home?
Autumn in Baldur's Gate is generally, you're looking at like 50 to 60 degrees during the day, but it feels a little bit colder, especially in the lower city and by the docks, because there's kind of a perpetual dampness that kind of hangs over the city just because of the location. So it's generally like mid 50s, low 60s. Sometimes it's pretty rainy, but it's pretty foggy a lot of the time too during this time of year.
Perfect. I'm gonna go buy myself some long sleeve clothes.
Okay.
You have a DM's inspiration, Chell. From the
Oh,
chat.
thank you.
Oh.
I will make a note of that.
Oh no.
Coming in
Use it
hot.
for Raynar to help us.
Yeah. No, I'll use it on like an attack roll. So just like a set of warmer, common clothes is just gonna cost you 5 silver.
Okay. Where's my?
Oh, that's right. Are we taking any funds out of the Three of Cups to bring to Baldur's Gate?
I mean, I have like 700 gold, like personal funds.
I know.
Have
But remember,
almost
like,
400.
I'm very poor.
I mean, if you want to,
Yeah.
because we paid off our loan.
Yeah. Yeah, you can take it.
Right.
I mean, it's a temporary means, like, because we don't know how much this is gonna cost us. It's
Yeah.
a safe bet to, like, just bring traveling expenses, you know?
We can handle it when we do my section of what Sir does.
Okay,
I just
okay.
wanted to ask you guys first.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for you today, Nova?
Yeah, because I haven't done it in a while. I want to pull a card.
Okay, go for it.
You can jump to ink while I pull a card.
Okay. Sir?
Okay. So Sir is going to spend the majority of his day doing just like 2 things. But I think they'll take up large portions of time. So he spends a good amount of time on the docks trying to reconnect with old buddies down in the dock ward. He's trying to secure a ship that's going to be going to Baldur's Gate. Whether or not he can get this cheap, because I know I don't have the sailor feature that lets me get free passage. What he cares more about is that this is a crew of people that he as many people that he like knows, even if it's just on a so-so basis. He's trying to minimize the possibility of there being like Zentarum agents or something going with us to Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
So just trying to like talk around and hopefully find a ship that's more like, I don't know, some of his buddies or like a majority of buddies that are doing like a job to go to Baldur's Gate, something like that.
Okay.
The first chunk of his time.
Fair enough. There is a ship, probably mostly. Do you want to say what it is before I continue?
Keep going, you're fine.
Okay. There is a ship that mostly the crew itself, and maybe a few of the officers, but most of the crew itself. You worked very frequently on the docks helping load and unload ships, and this ship was a galleon that essentially stopped in most of the major coastal cities in the Sword Coast, so Luskan, Neverwinter, Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, picking up goods and things like that need to be brought further south to like Tavern and Tashalar, like much further south in that sort of area.
Okay.
So
Pick everything up in the Sword Coast and then go on.
Exactly. So you only saw them. When you saw them in the Sword Coast, they had generally been gone for roughly about 3 months or so, because they go so far south. But you do know that this time of year, autumn, is usually when they end up back in the Sword Coast. They basically take huge shipments from the Sword Coast and end up in further south in like Tavern and Tashalar, and then we'll come back up with goods from Tavern and Tashalar, get those dropped off and sold, and then back and forth. So usually gone for about 3 months at a time. They come usually to the Sword Coast in the spring and in the fall. And it is the fall now, so then when they're here in the Sword Coast, they're usually here in each city for at least a week. Because they pick up such huge shipments and there are so many people that utilize them as a ship. So you can reasonably assume that they would be in the area at this time. Why don't you roll me an investigation check?
Sure. 9.
9.
There he is.
There's our boy.
Hold on. Okay, so with a 9, are you looking just by yourself, or are you going to be asking people questions? The ship's name that you know is the Sea Warden.
Okay, the Sea Warden. I mean, I would totally ask like Ike and people. Yeah, he would be openly speaking of this.
Okay, so with a 9, I say if you're spending a little bit of time, probably an hour or so, because the docks are a big place in Waterdeep, asking around, you do eventually find that the Sea Warden is here and docked in Waterdeep, and have been for roughly 6 or 7 days, so they're probably going to be leaving soon. And then they are heading further south. They're definitely going to be stopping in Baldur's Gate. And after some asking around, you do eventually find somebody who can point you in the direction of the place in the docks that they are docked. The crew itself is usually pretty static. A lot of times there will be, a lot of people who will go to the docks, find a ship that's leaving, and just jump on and for some grunt work. The crew of this ship generally stays pretty static. So most of the people who assist in unloading and loading the ship you already know. The officers of the ship you also would know. The captain, his name is Zaiden Sashar. He is a Yuan-Ti ship captain. His quartermaster is a black dragonborn by the name of Stephen Bridge. Those are the two main people on the crew as far as officers that you would know, though you do specifically know they have a master gunner who helps with security on the ship, operates the guns if that's needed, especially with a merchant ship that's carrying as much as they do. They need protection. His name is Ekate, Ecate. And he is actually very memorable because he is one of the only Leonin that you've met.
Oh.
Oh my god, this is a ship of big boys!
Ekate is a massive bipedal lion humanoid with tawny fur and a black mane. He's missing his left eye and has claw marks over it. And has scars kind of down that side of his face and his muzzle that causes his lips to kind of show his teeth. Yeah.
Nice.
They also have a, their sea specialist is a lizard folk named Ainsley.
Alright. So, I mean, I know I probably won't be able to get right to the captain unless it's like wow, are you drinking here? Coincidence. But I would try and get contact with, like, a member of the crew that's at least one of the officers, or whoever I could speak with to basically just see if we can secure some passage for 3 people and, like, just hand-carried items just for a ride over to Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Willing to...
Approaching the ship, I suppose the Leonin, Ekate, is the most visible person that you see there. He does maintain the ship's... So the bosun kind of maintains the ship's supplies and the things that they have on the ship. But as far as supplies go directly relating to the weapons, Ekate manages that. I'd say Stephen, the quartermaster, and Ekate are probably the most visible members of the crew that you would be able to see if you approach the ship.
I will approach Ekate. If they're getting loaded, I don't know if he'll like assume that because probably the last time they saw me, I was loading the ship instead of approaching it. But I'm gonna come up to him. Excuse me. Now I don't think that I can forget a name such as that. I wouldn't happen to have found myself walking upon the deck of the Sea Warden again, would I?
So he turns. There is an immediate recognition in his face. He does recognize you. You're also a very memorable person. So he does speak. Yes, you have found your way back onto the deck of the Sea Warden. Are you here to assist in loading and unloading the ship? Currently, we are bringing a lot of different crates onto the ship right now. I can get you set up with one of the groups.
Were this maybe a few months past, that would be the case, but my friend, I was hoping I could speak to someone about securing passage. I believe that you are going to be going on to Baldur's Gate next, if I remember your route correctly.
Indeed we are. You do know that we are not passenger ship, though, yes?
I understand that, but it's good to be on a ship with a crew of people that I know, rather than just the luxury of a passenger ship.
This I can understand. It is good to have people that you trust on a ship. You put your life in their hands, and vice versa, depending on what you do. I could potentially talk to the captain and see if he would be okay with that. Are you going to pay for passage? Are you offering your manual labor as payment? What is the plan here?
My compatriots, I would prefer if they didn't have to work for their keep, so I'm willing to pay for them, but I'm willing to work for myself.
Okay. It is important, I guess, to know that since we are not passenger ship, we do not have cushy arrangements. You will be sleeping in hammocks. It is not like cushy by any means.
I mean, I'm alright with that, and for the others, perhaps it'll build some character. But I think they've both been on ships before, so I'm sure that they have a little bit of understanding.
Okay. When we are planning to leave within the next 24 to 48 hours, is that within your schedule?
I believe that will be very, very possible. Yes, we will be here before you leave.
Okay. I do not see it being a problem, especially if you're going to pull your weight. I imagine that the captain would be a bit more wanting to, and he's like kind of trying to find the words. You can tell Common isn't this dialect, at least of Common, is not his first language. A large sum of money in order to not have to do manual labor.
Alright. Well, I'm sure that we can pay, and I will work for my keep.
Okay. I would count on at least 25 to 50 gold per person.
Alright. That is something that can be arranged. Thank you so much.
I would talk to the captain. I would be prepared to cast off at least tomorrow, though we are not entirely sure. It depends on how quickly we can get everything loaded and unloaded off the ship.
We will arrive bright and early before sun's rise, so that if you are ready to set off, we will be ready to board.
Okay, pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you. Thank you. See you soon, and you can put me to work as soon as you're able.
I would count on it, yes.
Alright, he's gonna go. The rest of his time is going to be spent like the dad before going on a family camping trip, where this is the other big thing he's gonna do. He's going around to everybody's rooms. He's like, do you have extra
everything.
clothes? Do you have this?
Do you have extra
He's going-
socks? You're gonna need extra socks. You think you don't, but you're gonna need extra socks.
You're going to need extra sauce.
You're the only one who hasn't ever left the city. I think we know how to travel.
Yeah, I've been traveling probably more than I haven't been traveling by now.
Are you?
Even
This
you.
is the first time I've
No.
really settled for a really long time. I normally don't stay in one place for this long.
I put my hand on Sir's face. I grab him and I pull him down and I look at Nova. Sir, is he nervous? Do you think this is what he does when he's nervous because he's traveling out of the city for the first time?
Are you suggesting that I'm projecting my
little.
feelings onto you?
Maybe a tad?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I'm the one that hangs out with the sailors on the docks,
Uh-huh.
but I've never been on a ship as far as I'm aware, so maybe I'm projecting a little bit.
I let go.
Alright, fine. I'm going to make sure that I buy things then. Carry on with what you're doing. Then. And he goes into his room and continues packing his bags.
Okay.
Well, I pulled a card when I was alone and finished packing because it doesn't take me much. It's just my tent and shit. I pulled. I love Nova's deck. She's back, baby. She's back. I pulled the 6 of Cups.
Okay.
Right side up.
Okay.
Right side up. Revisiting the past. Childhood memories. Innocence. Joy. Description. Upright 6 of Cups. The 6 of Cups is a card that takes you back to the happy memories from your past, whether as a child, teenager, or young adult. You may simply be revisiting those memories in your mind, or you may travel back to your childhood home to reconnect with your childhood friends. You could go to a high school reunion or reconnect with an old buddy. A teenage sweetheart or a past lover may turn up. These connections bring you a sense of joy and happiness as you reminisce over the fun times you had together. Take this occasion to explore whether you still have if you still have a lot in common, or if you wish to continue the relationships now.
This is the scary thing about this goddamn show.
Oh, honey. Oh, Nova.
Those cards are always scary accurate.
I can't make this shit up. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's how so she, like, quietly kind of just looks at her deck. You always know.
Aw.
And she kind of just puts it back into her pocket and waits for the rest of them.
Okay. I'd say, if everything was kind of beginning to be taken care of earlier in the day, you guys could probably all meet up by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, back at the 3 of Cups.
Okay.
Were we planning to keep it open and we're just like letting like the head bartender and like the chef like kind of manage things and they can choose
Yeah,
not to
'cause
open if they don't want to?
Well, that's why I spent so much time in the kitchen redoing the menu and stuff, so it was prepared for when we left, and when we came back, should be back to normal.
Then this is our last night working for a little while. Are we working?
Yeah,
So we're gonna.
I'd be working.
I mean, we need to be up early.
I can be up early.
We normally work late and sleep in, but this needs. I was told that they may be leaving within a day, so they might cast off early in the morning.
Okay, so what time should we be there by?
I mean, I said that we would at least. I think that we should at least check before proper sunup if they finish loading fast enough.
All right. Well, then we'll try to go to bed early.
Yeah. We can work.
Okay.
The staff can close.
Yeah.
Alright. And you will also see that, like, if you guys have like put like your bags like by like the back door or something, Sir has now overpacked. He's basically tried to fit like the majority of his room into bags. Like, I think that
we
he's
have
brought.
A bag of holding though, right? Like all of my pillows are in the bag of holding.
Well, I figured that it was going to be full of your stuff, so I thought that maybe I would need extra bags.
What are you bringing?
Well, I've got my armor and my weapons.
Okay.
And they're all in that bag. Not going to, no matter what you say, I'm not going to be wearing metal armor on the sea. If I go overboard, then I'm sinking straight to the bottom, and I haven't learned if I can swim that well yet, and I don't really feel like trying.
Okay.
So there's that. I've got my books, and my parchment and my magical components to work on my studies for temperance, because I know that if I left and I didn't do any work on that while I was away, she would probably give me a chastisement. I've got some toys for Hickory in there as well. I've got all of my clothes, boots, extra pair of boots.
You know, like if your boots just like go missing, we'll buy you another pair while we're there. Like you'll be fine bringing one.
It won't be broken in at all, so I just want to make sure that I've got extra pairs of boots, because nothing is going to bother me more than walking around a new city with unfamiliar cobblestone. It's cobblestone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to have the broken in pair for a lot of walking, and then the pair that looks nice for when you're not doing a lot of walking. I understand.
Thank you. And then this bag's got like I don't know, some of my wood carvings, my bed sheets, my pillows, my extra spare bed sheets, my toiletries, my hair care products, my brush, my horn file, my nail clipper, my toenail clipper. I have to have separate ones. Beard scissors. Some creams.
Can we like take the last 15 items you just listed out of those bags? You don't need all of that.
Life on the sea, sometimes you have to be a little rugged.
It's gonna get rough.
And
You're not
I'm
gonna
saying
have
that.
time for that.
Well, they said that there's not, because it's not like a regular passenger ship. I wanted to get people that we trust, or that I trust, that we don't have any spies on the ship. So I figured I would want to get at least my bed sheets and my pillows because of comfort reasons.
Interruption. We have received a natural 20 for group choice from Jason, Scythian Nightingale. Thank you. And also, I have been gifted inspiration from Blitz because I am the fairy bit mother. So thank you all, and all of the points contributed to the Traveling Planar Merchant Challenge. Sorry, continue.
I thought you said fairy blit mother, and I was like,
Blit.
That's very different. Fine. What if I 2 bags, one for my weapons and my extra sets of clothes and my armor, could probably all fit in one, and then another for my books and my toys factory, and some of my carvings.
Whatever you can fit in the second bag.
And my brush and my
Okay.
horn file. Okay.
2 bags.
Alright, there. Two bags.
I look at Nova like.
I mean, I would store something. I would store my things in the portable hole if it wasn't full of.
You can
boulders.
put your blankets in with my pillows.
Okay, I will put my blankets in with your pillows. They'll probably come out smelling anyway. Okay.
Let's get to work. We're not going to see this place for a couple days. 10 day. 10 day.
However long it takes.
I want to be one with the building before we leave it.
Okay.
Make sure Liv is appreciated.
So let's get some rolls then.
Alright.
Okay. So first let's figure out what you guys are each doing as you are working this evening.
My car's up in my little tent room.
Okay.
Sir is going to be bouncing, and also, since he's leaving tonight, he's going to do a violin performance. Because he can play the violin.
Okay. Dallas?
Some bartending, and when the violin performance isn't happening, if it seems like the right night for it, like, maybe I'll just do some, like, little minor illusion prestidigitation, like, we're just doing some little, like, woo, like, we're making it a party.
Alright. Okay, we'll start with Sir. If I can get an athletics check, and you guys have a nat 20 to use between all of you, that was gifted. If
If anyone gets, like, a real low roll.
Athletics is 17.
Okay. Intimidation.
Ooh, 22.
Ooh.
Persuasion.
11.
And then a performance check for your violin.
Okay. Now, I'm not proficient in performance, but I'm proficient in violin. So
Yes. So if you're if you're playing the violin, you can add your proficiency bonus.
I'm going to use my regular inspiration because I want my performance to be good.
Okay.
Oh no! I rolled a
Do you
1
want
and a
the
three.
natural 20?
No, not for this. I rolled a 1 and a 3. He just gets nervous.
Aw.
So with a 3, that's going to be 8.
Okay. So you get nervous. You get a little bit of stage fright. It's the first time you've played the violin in this capacity since you've been conscious again, I guess we'll call it. So it's a little shaky. You get kind of a sharp note here or a flat note there. It's not bad by any means. You're very good at playing the violin, but it's very obvious that you're nervous.
He ends the set early and has Talus do like some like little fizz and sparks, and then he kind of like rushes down the steps of the stage and goes up.
Oh,
Buddy?
And packs the violin away with his weapon.
I forgot how
in
bad
one of his
Ace usually rolls for stuff.
okay. Nova,
Yeah.
a performance check, please.
Performance.
He's back, baby.
21.
Okay. Insight.
Here it comes. 500.
I love
that. 19.
Okay. Persuasion.
Seven.
Okay.
Seven.
So it's a little bit of a rough night, just in the sense of like helping people to understand what you're saying. There's a few skeptics that you can't really like push through too much. So you make a little bit less than you normally do, but
okay.
Not too bad. Sorry. And then Talus, a performance check.
No! I'm gonna
I missed most of what you said.
I think she said nat 20.
I'm gonna use no. I'm gonna use the nat 20
Oh, you're gonna use.
because I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
My pink dice betrayed me.
Oh,
But that's
no.
okay. If that's okay, if not, then I'll just use the inspiration that I also have.
It's up to you guys.
Use the nat
Yeah,
20. Have
is yours.
fun.
We'll
Okay.
forget if we don't use it.
Yeah, we'll forget.
So that's a nat 20.
Let's get the
for
money
26.
first. Yeah.
Well, what was the full number with your
Six.
boat? Okay. Okay. Insight.
Oh Lord. 14.
Okay. And performance.
Little dragon, go! Oh my god, yes, little dragon. That was a natural 19. So that is 25.
Okay. So let me do a little bit of math here to get the bonus you'll be able to add to your money roll at the end of the month.
But we're also at less time, so because we're going to bed early.
Mm-hmm. I will keep that in mind. So 5, 10, 3,
I told Reynard we're leaving, right?
10.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
I think he was with us when Mert was there.
He was.
He was probably with us.
He was there. He's always with us.
So in addition to the modifier 30 for the 30 days of the month, you get to add 56 to your eventual roll, which equals 86 for your modifier. So there's that. I will make a note of that. But at the end of the month, we will do that final roll and see how much you guys made for the month. Keeping in mind that there's this like week or two period that you guys are going to be gone. And
We might be coming back to Waterdeep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys spend the rest of the evening working.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you'd like to do before you head to bed?
I mean, I think.
No.
Putting out, like, making sure that a hearty, hefty glass of wine is to be set out for Liv at the end of the night.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna shout into the air, "Bye, Liv! See you in a little while!"
Okay.
Victoria, do you still have the bag of holding, or do I have it back now?
Yes, it still has the gold bars in it.
Okay.
Just for his own sake, before going to bed, Sir may ask Galore about the city of Baldur's Gate. I don't know if the city itself is something that can be targeted with legend.
Let me look up the spell.
I will look up as well. Yeah, it may be place or it may be just thing or person. Let me see. Person, place, or object, it says
Mm-hmm.
to me.
Okay. So if you cast legend lore about Baldur's Gate,
And you don't have to like go through the whole history of the city if you don't want to. It's just I know he would do it for himself, even if it just gives him like the wiki page essentially of the history or something like that.
sorry, I'm looking at. So for Baldur's Gate, essentially you get that it's one of the largest metropolises and city-states in the Sword Coast. All is not as it seems. Coin is king here. And merchants, it is a merchant city where coin is king, essentially. He also kind of goes on to say that you should look past the surface of what you see in order to get an all-encompassing look. And that while coin is key, it is the marginalized populations that are more important.
No. Sounds like you've been to one city and you at least know a little bit about them all, I guess. Then he goes to sleep.
Okay. At some point in the evening, Romalia does actually show up. You've already paid for the 2 potions, which she does give you. So you have 2 potions of healing that you can add to whoever inventory.
Put it in the bag of holding.
Okay. She was also able to find you a few spell scrolls that she can give you at discounted prices. She was able to find a Disguise Self spell scroll, a Charm Person spell scroll, and a Calm Emotion spell scroll.
Okay.
Do we have a separate character page for the bag of holding, or do you want me to just, like...
You can just put it in, because you have it right now.
Okay.
I don't think we actually have a thing.
Mm-mm.
To manage equipment, healing potions, too.
Because Nova already has healing potions from before.
And what is her discounted prices for these scrolls?
So for first level spells, which Disguise Self and Charm Person are, she can give them to you for 15 gold each.
Ooh.
They are normally 25 gold each. For a second level spell, which Calm Emotions is, she can give it to you for 50 gold.
Okay.
So 80 gold total if you want all 3 of them.
I'll take the two first levels for 30 total.
Okay, so that's a Disguise Self and a Charm Person spell scroll for 30 gold.
Yes. He's like building up like basically a scroll belt at this point. I think he has 5 scrolls. So
they're useful.
Yeah, he's gonna have to eventually.
Do you want the other one? I'll buy it for you.
Well, I think maybe. Would I be the only one that can use it? I think
I can use it.
I mean, I certainly don't calm emotions. I get them
I have
riled
access
up.
to that spell, so I don't need it. You could have it.
If you think that would be useful,
Yeah.
it could de-escalate the situation.
One less spell for me to prepare, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll grab it. You said it was 80?
Yeah, no. It was 80 total, it's 50 for the second level spell slot.
Okay, I will remove 50 gold. And I will give Sir the scroll, or I'll give Nova. Nova gets the scroll of calm emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Because I can't cast it. I don't have it. That way, if you want to save us, if you don't prepare it, you'll still have it.
Okay. And she does ask if there's anything else that you guys need from her before you head out, because she knows that you are heading to Baldur's Gate at some point.
Can I have a hug?
Sure.
You look like you give very nice hugs.
I like to think so.
I give her a hug.
She will hug you.
Cool.
Alrighty.
I think we're all good otherwise.
Yep.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else that anybody would like to do, you guys absolutely can head to bed, and we can move on to the 14th.
I will just in our shared mental headspace, like ask Bramble if he's like noticed anything. One of the things that weirds me out is that because I had told the kids, like, oh, you leave out little snacks on your windowsill, like the fairies will come and take it, and they said they've been doing it and that, like, they were getting taken. I want to know what kind of animal or something else is eating whatever, like, little snack is on the windowsill. So that's what I want Bramble to just figure out first, because, like, that's nighttime. Daytime, he's just, like, casing the place.
Okay.
And I'll wait until he has something to tell me about that.
He tells you, so mostly during the day, we just kind of been playing. There hasn't been a whole lot going on, and the parents haven't really talked to the kids that much today. They've just kind of been keeping to themselves, so we've just been kind of playing games. But I'll make sure I tell you if something happens.
Thanks, Bramble. Love you. I miss ya.
Have fun.
You too. That's it.
Okay. So then to the 14th we go. Again, essentially, this is your day to do with what you will. If you would like to tell me what your plan is.
I think we're waking up bright and early to check if the ship is leaving.
Okay.
Following Sir.
All right. Sir can lead you to the dock ward, where he saw the Sea Warden was docked the day before. This is like crack of dawn, like early. It's like 5 a.m., especially because that is generally when people of this profession begin their work, is pretty early. So, while a lot of the city, as you guys are making your way south to the dock ward, is not necessarily bustling quite yet, the closer you get to the dock ward, the more noise you begin to hear. And those cranes that are used sometimes are in effect, and you can hear the machinery moving. You can hear the noises of people yelling. There are people that are coming down to the docks that work on in restaurants that are buying, like, fish and things like that for early in the morning. The dock is a pretty bustling place even now at like 5:30 a.m. or so, and that is not any different as you guys approach the Sea Warden. You can see that a lot of the crew is still working on loading things into the ship. It looks like they are nearing the end of what they are doing. So you can make the reasonable assumption that they will be casting off at some point this morning, maybe in the next couple of hours. Again, now that the ship is moving to cast off today, all of the crew is here, including all of the officers. So you do see the Black Dragonborn. That is the quartermaster. You see the Leonin, which I don't think Nova or Talos have ever met before, or have ever seen before. And this is the only one that Sir has ever met. So it is a little bit jarring to see a bipedal humanoid lion working on this ship. The ship's captain is a Yuan-Ti, though he is a Yuan-Ti pureblood. He looks a bit more human than other Yuan-Ti might be. He does have sort of a flatter nose that is mostly just the two slits in his face, and he's got scales kind of in his like T-zone, like right here on his forehead and down his nose. He has thicker clothing on, so he's got like a linen shirt, but then over that he's got like a jacket. He has a shroud kind of over his head. He's barking orders at the crew. You do see the lizard folk running around as well. She is purple and blue scales and kind of a ridge on her nose that runs down the back of her neck, and there's a fan on the back of her head that is yellow and orange. Also visible, and somebody that you do recognize, the bosun, Sir. His name is Jacot, and he is a human man that has dark hair that he's got pulled back into a bun. He's got like a beard and a mustache. And then the rest of the crew themselves, the more grunt work members of the crew, not just the officers, are working.
I will lead the girls up the gangplank. Now I'm gonna be probably doing work on the ship to try and help pay my way. I was gonna pay for your ride on here. They didn't give me an exact number, just sort of a range. Just so you know.
I mean, I don't mind helping out.
Okay. Well, I was taking it up with the big lion fella. His name is
Akate.
Akate. I almost said Ikote.
Who you do actually see approaching the captain, and he kind of glances your way. They are speaking. He points towards the three of you. And the captain nods and then begins to approach you guys at the top of the gangplank.
What? Wait for the captain.
Okay. He comes up, holds his hand out to both Nova and Talus to shake. Welcome to the Sea Warden. My name is Captain Sashar. You may call me. I heard that you are looking for passage. Were you planning on offering your services to work on the ship, or is this going to be simply a passenger deal?
I mean, I'm more than willing to help out.
What is your experience?
I've been on some ships before. I've done some of the rigging, but I'm not proficient. But I can hold a rope.
It is holding a rope is pretty much all you need to do. You can work with anybody on the rigging. And what about you? Do you have experience on ship?
Yeah, I lived on a ship for a year, 2 years. I'm not very strong, but I love climbing stuff. So if you need somebody to climb ropes or go up to the top and look at stuff, I can do that. I don't know, what would
if I need somebody to look at stuff. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know, what, because I do not have 11 strength. Something happened to my character. Okay, so I have 9 strength, but my sheet says 11. That's not true. I don't know what happened. But yeah, I don't know what I would have, done to help out on the fair ships. Stuff with ropes. Rig, I don't know. I mean, Nova already said rigging.
I mean, you could also have, if you have experience.
Yeah. Working on the fair ships, especially as you guys are moving, they generally just used you guys for the crew, so you do have quite a bit of experience working on a ship. Things like maintaining the sails, moving the sails as needed. If you'd like, you can decide what she did. There was always going to be manual labor that needed to be done, but the manual labor was generally, especially with you guys, it was maintaining the ship itself and not necessarily moving things around. And then obviously cleaning, things of that nature, keeping things going, steering the ship, things of that nature. They generally had somebody who is proficient with things like maneuvering water vehicles, but you could probably throw yourself into most of the duties on the ship regarding just general cleaning, maintaining the ropes, maintaining the sails, things like that.
Okay, that changes things because I don't know anything about boats. Okay, no. So I'll say, I'm pretty good at repairing sails. That's my favorite thing to do. Also know a little bit about rigging. Yeah. Moving the sails. I like to be on the deck. I want to see the water.
Okay, how about this? We will say why don't we do a deposit of about 20 gold that will be returned on when we arrive in Baldur's Gate, depending on the amount of work that is provided by you. If we end up in Baldur's Gate and it turns out that you did not help very much on the ship, we will discuss any additional fees that will be involved. But beyond that, I think I can put you to work very easily. He looks at Sir. Actually, in fact, why don't you go assist in helping them finish bringing the crates onto the ship?
Yes, Captain. He's gonna just take his 2 little bags that he was carrying and kind of be hand them to you girls, and he'll just go grab a crate.
Ikate will show you to your quarters. I apologize, we are not a passenger ship, so it's not going to be the most luxurious sleeping arrangements. We simply have rooms that have hammocks in them, so I hope you have slept in the hammock before, and if not, I apologize for how your back is going to feel by the time we get there.
No, we both slept in hammocks before.
Easy enough then. Ekate, show them to the quarters downstairs. I have other duties I need to take care of. Come find me if you have any questions, but beyond that, Ekate or Stephen will be able to help you in what you need to be doing on the ship.
Thank you, Captain.
And he will head off.
I took out 20 gold.
Okay.
I will also take gold.
He moves to the forecastle. There is a door on either side of the forecastle. So the forecastle is at the front of the ship. The quarterdeck is at the back of the ship. The quarterdeck is where the helm is. The forecastle is where there is a ballista, which is essentially a gigantic crossbow. The forecastle has steps on the right and the left that go up to the top where the ballista is, and then there's a door underneath, which is usually like the captain's quarters or maybe even the quartermaster's quarters. Same deal for the quarterdeck. There are 2 stairs on either side that go up to where the helm is, and then there's a set of doors underneath that lead to a room. In the middle of the main deck, there is a set of stairs that go down into the lower decks. Also on the main deck is a mangonel, which is essentially it's big. It's like 10 by 10 feet, but it's essentially a mini catapult to shoot things. There are crates abundant on the main deck that are being brought to the lower decks. So you're kind of having to maneuver around a lot of the crew. The crew of this ship is about 30 people. This is a bigger galleon, so it requires about 30 people. There's usually on these ships, there's usually a crew of anywhere between 20 and 30 people, depending on what the ship does, and then they usually have room for roughly 20 passengers, but that is like max capacity. Ikate, the Leonin that was directed to show you downstairs, picks up your bags for you. This man is almost 7 feet tall, and he's huge. Like, his arm is probably roughly the size of your head. Like, he's very large. So he picks up your bags for you, takes them from you in a very gentlemanly fashion, and gestures to the set of stairs on the main deck that leads you down and tells you to go down those stairs. Heading down those stairs, you are into what is considered the lower deck. This is where things like the galley, where like food and cooking is done, is in any like crew's quarters and passenger quarters are down here as well. There is a bigger main area where there are a lot of crates, and this is where some of the crates that are being brought onto the ship are being put, but most of the people that are coming onto the ship that are carrying those crates are actually bringing them down to the very, very lower part of the ship, which is the hold, and that's where most of the storage of the ship is. He brings you around the stairs so there's like a bigger like atrium, I guess is a good way to put it, an area where all these crates are, and then the galley is towards the front of the ship, and then there's kind of a hallway that begins towards the back of the ship where he starts to lead you. Stops in front of a door and opens it, gestures for the two of you to go in. When they said that there are not very luxurious accommodations, he was 100% telling the truth. There is a crate in the corner that's empty for your belongings, and 4 hammocks. 2 on each side of the room.
Who's the 4th person that stays in here?
I do not think there will be a 4th person staying in here with you unless you would like company from a member of the crew.
I was gonna say something saucy.
I know you were going to!
I really know I'm gonna do it! Well, thank you so much for carrying our stuff.
Yeah, that's
We really
sweet.
appreciate it.
In your things, he will sit down to the side of the door so they're out of the way of like the walking area of the room. You say that you have experience with dealing with the rigging and the sails, both of you. We are making sure that all the knots are tied properly upstairs. Do you have experience with knot tying?
I think I do, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You can join the couple of people upstairs that are dealing with making sure that all the knots are in place for the sails.
Sure.
It involves a bit of climbing, but I think you'll be okay.
Alright. I'll head on up.
Okay.
No problem.
Alright. So, you have all been given jobs to do before cast off, which are all of you doing so without question?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Sir, roll me an athletics check.
Okay. I was also going to say if I should roll to see if he gets seasick, but I'll do the athletics.
You can do that too if you'd like.
Okay. The athletics is going to be a 23.
Nice.
To see if he gets seasick, a 22. So actually, maybe he does have sea legs. 23 on the athletics.
Sorry, I just took a big bite. Perfect. You have no problem assisting the other crew members in bringing the remaining crates, which aren't a lot, but they're big and they're difficult to. They're just kind of awkward to carry, so it usually takes 2 people to carry one. So it's just a little bit time consuming, but there's not too much work left in this regard that needs to happen other than time. Nova and Talus, why don't you guys roll me first an acrobatics check if you have proficiency, otherwise just a normal dexterity check.
15.
15.
Nice.
Okay. Sorry, I have a Popeye's spicy sandwich,
It's okay.
and for some reason, like, it just, like, went all up in my nose,
Oh,
and that
no.
did not feel great.
Oh no.
Whew.
Clear the sinuses.
Whew. Okay. So 15 is a pretty good roll in regards to maneuvering up in the masts and in the rigging and around the sails, to check and make sure that all the knots are tied properly and are secure for cast off, which happens roughly about 2 hours after you arrive and begin to assist in working.
Okay.
So if there's anything you'd like to do or talk about amongst yourselves during that time, now is the time to say so.
I'm good.
Okay. Now I feel like I have to sneeze. That's just
That's
not
okay.
coming.
Take
Look
your
at the
time.
light. Look at the light.
No, it's not coming.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Oh no, it's stuck in there!
It's stuck. Okay, so roughly about 2 hours of physical labor that happens before the last crate is brought on board. Everybody is called to take their positions on the ship. So the I totally forgot the word for a second. The lizard folk, who is the sea artist of the ship, or the sea specialist, which is essentially there's a difference between someone who just works at the helm and someone who is the sea specialist or the sea artist. Somebody who's just at the helm and generally just maneuvering and steering the ship on a regular basis has, as far as mechanics go, proficiency in water vehicles. The sea artist or the sea specialist is going to be somebody who takes over if something like a storm happens, or if there's maneuverability that needs to happen around land masses or islands or rocks or anything that involves quite a bit of skill in maneuvering such a large vehicle. That's usually taken over by the sea artist, who is this lizard folk. And one of the things that the sea artist does as well, at least in the case of this ship, docking a galleon this big is difficult. Undocking a galleon this big is difficult. So maneuvering and shouting orders and maneuvering the sails, maneuvering the helm, things like that, that is also something that the artist jumps in and takes over for. Yeah. So the lizard folk immediately jumps to the helm. She is small. She is roughly 3.5 to 4 feet tall. She's little. So she's standing on a crate that is provided for her so that she can see over the helm. But she is shouting orders to people in the rigging of what to do, how to move the sails, how to move the boom, anything of that nature, to maneuver you guys out of the docks and into the harbor. And Waterdeep has basically secondary docks. So they've got the docks that are immediately just like on land at the dock ward, and then there's kind of a circle that of docks and like wood that is built in around the harbor. So if there are bigger ships or ships that need to wait for a spot to dock at the main docks, things like that, they'll stay there, and then either use dinghies to get out to the docks, or they'll just wait there for a space at the docks to move in. So sometimes in some cases ships, and this has happened with the Sea Maiden's Fair a couple of times, and the Sea Maiden's Fair's main ship is actually docked at those secondary docks, where you've had to wait like a day or two before there's a spot for you to move in and actually dock, and so you just kind of spend some time on the ship and make sure everything's ready. So once they're in the harbor, that secondary dock, there's also an opening there that needs to be maneuvered through before you guys are actually out in what is considered open sea. And that whole process takes roughly a half an hour to 45 minutes or so to get everything maneuvered and everything out and underway before you begin your journey overseas to Baldur's Gate.
You know what? Once we get going, I'm gonna stop for like 2 minutes with whatever knots I'm tying. And I'm gonna take out my little locket, and I'm gonna open it, and I'm gonna look at the little tarnished mirror in there, and the probably super shriveled up 4-leaf clovers that I had smushed in there too, and I'm gonna say, best friend, my esteemed lady, queen, fairy, pal, here's the thing. I know you just gave me a really nice present, and it's come in handy, and it's really cool, and I appreciate that. But I know you also do stuff with wind. So, if you're like not super busy, I think it would be really cool if you could help maybe make the ship go faster to Baldur's Gate. Or maybe if you're busy right now but you're not going to be busy in like a 10-day or two, make the ship that we're on to go home like go a little faster. And it'll really, really help because I really want to get back to plan this party so that I can have a lot of fun and put Sir into a ridiculous costume.
No.
And I will find so many cool bugs in Baldur's Gate. Or do whatever you need me to do there. Because I don't have to figure out what's there. But I figured I would just ask. Because why not? But if you're too busy, have a good day. And then I'll close the locket.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuade your patron.
Please!
Oh my god.
I'm gonna use the inspiration for this because I feel like this is low-key important. And I'm
okay,
gonna roll...
up to you.
I'm gonna roll the 2 purple dice. Oh yeah. Oh! That's a 20 persuasion. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24!
Wow.
I rolled a natural 18.
I will keep that in mind.
And then I'll tie knots again.
The journey to Baldur's Gate from Waterdeep is it depends on weather conditions and anything of that nature, but generally it takes roughly anywhere from between 5 to 8 days. So, which is significantly faster than if you guys had traveled by land.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that is something to keep in mind. You guys are not working 100% of the time on the ship.
Oh.
So there's not a knot that needs to be tied every minute of the day. There's the occasional thing that needs to be done, and basically you're asked to be at the beck and call if people need you. But you're not working 100% of the time. So over these 5 to 8 days, depending on weather conditions, what would you guys like to do? You've got some... I don't want to call it downtime because you're technically working,
Right.
but you guys do have downtime. So,
non-adventurer time.
Exactly.
Sir, you want to learn a sea shanty?
I mean, I've heard a few being sung on the parlors, but I'd like to hear what you know of a sea shanty for sure.
Well, there's the classic Drunken Sailor. You know this one, right?
What would you
What do you
do
do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? It's so like everyone's time, but in the game, it's
We
fucking
sound like drunken
lit.
sailors.
It's fucking litty when we sing it in the game. I'm fucking singing some sea shanties. All right, we're singing that one. I have we're singing a Forgotten Realms version of Botany Bay. Okay,
Sarah's still like, way, hey, up she rises, way.
Hey, up she rises,
we'll sing
up she rises.
Wellerman. That's a good one.
Ooh.
Yeah,
For
but they're all
anyone
those.
watching at home, listen to them when you're not on stream.
Yeah, the Forgotten Realms version of like freaking Holloway Joe and Spanish Ladies. Like we're just vibing and working.
If I could find, Dylan wrote a sea shanty one time. Hold on, let me see.
I'm trying to find.
Sir goes, have you heard? One of the jokes of the song is that the song is either called The Pirate Queen or Have You Heard? So have you heard of Have You Heard?
Not sure.
Nope. Alright. Now, I heard this one back in Ike's bar a couple times. I don't believe that there is a pirate queen. If she is, it's not anywhere close to where I am. Maybe the Whalebone Archipelago or something like that. But it sort of went like, have you heard? The tale has trickled down. The pirate queen who rides the sea, she's coming for the crown. Have you heard? Have you heard? Her story through the storm. She took a knee to calm the sea distance, and she was born. The story is like she's from some city underneath the water, and she's come up to reclaim all of the land. And so all the islands of the world, it's a good one, way, hey, the chorus that everyone gets into is like, way, hey, the pirate queen, all men beware her banshee scream. Way, hey, the pirate queen, all the islands follow in her dream. Way, hey, the pirate queen, way, hey, way, hey, way, hey. And then, yeah.
Why don't you take a point of inspiration for that?
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
My boyfriend Bugs continues.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the mood good. We're singing.
Okay.
I will be right back.
You're fine.
With Nova, sir, at one point he like unfolds the portable hole in our room, and just sees that it's still full of an entire landslide's worth of rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I keep on holding on to this for like a day when I just need a landslide to happen of really heavy rocks. Thank goodness this is a pocket dimension. I'm not sinking the ship. But I've started to wonder if I should just like start periodically like maybe breaking some of these rocks down and tossing them, because I could probably toss them off the side or something, and we could actually have this space freed up again.
Well, I think we should hold on to it for a rainy day. You never know, especially with all the crap that's been happening to us in the Three of Cups and the breadsticks. I don't know.
The breadsticks.
It just...
which I brought, by the way. No one told me to not.
No, I figured you would.
He's just in my bag right now. So you're going...
I vote keep it because, I don't know, just a gut feeling?
He like reaches in and takes like one of the smaller rocks and he tosses it. He's like, really good if you just want to like break some windows and there's no like rock on the ground. And tosses it back on top of the pile.
Not
So
well.
you're going home?
I mean, if we have time, maybe. I'd like to visit.
I mean, if we would make time. You know, you don't get to just come home whenever you want.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like things are time sensitive lately.
Yeah.
And I haven't had a pull to take me home. I think the pull is just you guys. So if we gotta go, we gotta go.
Okay. Alright. I mean, I know that we've all mostly been talking about like your family and your friends and stuff, but like, is there some place in Baldur's Gate that you really want to go to just for sake of not knowing when you're going to be there again?
Well, what kinds of places would Nova want to hang out? I can give you a couple of places if that's kind of the kinds of things that she used to do when she was a kid with her bud.
Where was the tattoo parlor?
The tattoo parlor would have been in the lower city, which is the city is kind of a crescent shape, and it is separated in the middle by the original wall of the city, and so that wall breaks up the lower city and the upper city. So it was in the lower city, kind of closer by the docks. There's no dock ward, kind of like there is in Waterdeep, but there is just the docks. Lower city is where most of like commerce and like businesses were. So that's kind of where that tattoo parlor would be.
Yeah, there's a certain part of the lower city that I used to like to hang around. It'd be nice to kind of just walk the area, but I guess more than that, I should check in on home. I did say I might stop by, so if we can afford to, I'd like to try.
If they heard that you were coming and you didn't at least stop by for
Well, I told them it wasn't a for sure thing, and I didn't give them an exact timeline. I said we'd be stopping by the city.
Okay. I mean, you do want to go, right?
Yes?
Like, if there was nothing else that was keeping us from not doing it, you want to go, right?
I should go?
That's not what... That's not what I asked. Nova, do you want to? Just outside of everything else,
I want to, but I'm scared.
The scared is just it's your family and friends. What's scary about it?
They haven't seen me in a long time. They haven't seen me like this before.
What do you mean like this?
I kind of gesture to all the markings around the my actual tattoos, like the Kalashar markings.
I thought that you were just born with this.
Nope.
Oh.
I mean, this tattoo and these tattoos were a choice. These aren't really tattoos. They kind of just showed up one day.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. But I don't see why that should be something to be afraid of. You're still you.
I guess so.
I mean, even if it's not the you that they remember, whatever you are is you. You don't... You know?
I'm probably more
But then
scared
again,
of seeing Mum than anybody else, honestly.
Oh, I mean, I guess on one level I understand. Any talk about my family is sort of a scary subject too. And here I am, the guy with a few months worth of memories, trying to tell you about identity.
I'm
So,
sorry, Ace. That's really insensitive of me. I should be
No.
grateful that I have a mom.
I mean, this is always a really awkward conversation. Everyone has a different relationship with family. Just because I want it doesn't mean everyone else should be appreciative if they have it.
No, I know, and it's... Like, I don't think my mom's gonna, like, disown me or anything. It's just... I don't... Like, she...
You're afraid of what she'll think? Or what she'll say? Or...
All of it?
Okay. Well, like you said, we're on time sensitive, so we'll do the job first.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And maybe they don't even need to know that you've been in town. But you told me that it was important to remember where you come from. You don't have to look at it and like it, but you should acknowledge your past. That's what you told me. So,
Yes, it is what I
acknowledge your past. Okay.
I love when you use my wisdom against me. It's really cute.
They call me the because I show you what you are. And he rolls the portable hole back up and puts it back in its little tube.
Okay, Mufasa.
Remember
who you are.
I mean, that's honestly him and himself most of the time. Who are you? Alright.
Okay. Is there anything anybody else would like to be doing over the next couple of days?
Progressively start wearing warmer and warmer clothes and longer sleeves.
Yes. And it is kind of chilly on the sea too, with and it's wet. There's just sea spray and mist happening most of the time.
Hers is more closer as we get closer to port. She's like, cover up just in case. I don't know who's going to be there.
One of the days when I'm not busy, I want to go find that lion guy.
Oh god, here it goes.
Be like, what you doing?
Okay. You could probably find him. He takes inventory of things a lot. You probably find him on deck maintaining the ballista or the mangonel. That's just kind of his job. There are a few different sorts of springs and screws and nails and things that I'm making sure are all in the right place.
Which one's more fun to fire, that one or that one? And I'll point between the ballista and the other one.
I like the ballista personally because I'm a good shot.
What do you even fire out of the other one?
Generally, if you imagine on other ships, the small metal like cannonballs that are used, we will use things of similar nature as well. Although you can launch whatever it is that you like. I have been in situations on other ships where we have chosen to launch. Essentially, you take a bottle, and in the bottle you put oil, and then you light it on fire, and then you can launch that. And it is not necessarily a bludgeoning weapon, but it definitely will light a ship on fire.
Have you ever tried putting, like, mud in it, just to cover people with mud?
Mud is not usually easily found when you are out at sea.
I mean, that's fair. What about, like, pudding?
We don't really have pudding on the ship either. Most of the food that you're going to be eating on the ship on a daily basis is hardtack, salted cured meats, and stew. Although I do make the food on the ship, so I hope you like these too. I do try to put in seasonings and spices and herbs that we find on a daily basis, just to make it a little bit more like at home and not just slop.
Yeah, the stew you've been making is, like, so delicious. I just love eating meat all the time. It's so great. Like, I just don't even need to bother with the rations that I brought, because your stew is so great.
I'm very happy that
I have not been eating the stew.
I'm very happy that it has been able to satiate you.
Cool. Do you need any help with anything?
No, I think I am good for now. How are you? You say you have lots of experience on ship. Are you faring okay? Are you having tummy problems, as you say? Yes, seasickness. I do have tea that I brew on a regular basis, and mint that could potentially provide you with some relief from any seasickness that you may be experiencing.
You know, I really like the rocking back and forth. It's like the boats dancing. I think it's really cute. But tea is still nice anyway.
I do have quite a bit more than just tea for sickness. I do have different kinds of tea if there is something that you would prefer. I'm a bit of a tea, how you say, connoisseur.
What's your favorite kind of tea?
I personally prefer red teas like rooibos.
There's this one. Okay, there's this place that my friends and I went to get brunch once in Waterdeep, and they had this chocolate rose blend of tea. It's the best thing I've ever had in my life.
I do not partake in chocolate very often. It is very hard to come by in most places.
It was like not actual. It's like just like infused with the flavor. It might not even be real chocolate. They might just like put something in it that tastes like chocolate. It was really good.
I am always open to trying new teas. If you could inform me the tea house in which you were able to purchase, or you say brunch? What is brunch?
Well, just where you go out to eat in like the late morning or early afternoon, and you get breakfast food, and you get orange juice, and you put champagne in the orange juice, and you get absolutely wasted very early in the day, and then you go and engage in hijinks around the city.
So this is meal intentionally for consuming alcohol?
Well, no, the food's also really good. You can get like really nice fruits, or like sometimes people will get eggs, or like a sandwich with like bacon on it. You can
most
get
of my
like
meals
anywhere.
Most of my meals are consumed here on ship, so there is not much variety in my diet. We do get fruit very frequently, though. You need to eat lots of fruit when you are on the ship. Scurvy, you do not want to be having any of your old wounds or scars ripped open.
You know what? Like,
What?
if I'm gonna explain to him like a very simple recipe of like something that we have for brunch that like could be made with what might be on the ship, and I'm gonna be like, if you ever are like bored, try putting that together, and that's kind of like brunch. I mean, you're kind of missing the champagne, but that's fine. It's about the food and spending time with your friends.
Okay. I could attempt to do so maybe tomorrow for breakfast, or, I'm sorry, for brunch.
Good work. I'm gonna go climb up to the crow's nest.
If you see of anything of note, shout down.
Bye! And we'll go up and climb up there and just fucking look around. I'm hype, we're on the sea.
Okay. And conditions for the first couple of days are relatively clear. Clear skies. It's clear skies for the first couple of days. It does get a bit cloudy on like the second day or third day, and is a bit cooler on those days. But for the most part, conditions have been good for sailing. In fact, there is a comment from the helmsman and also the sea artist herself that conditions have been actually, as far as wind goes and things in the sails, a bit better than usual. In fact, a bit better than they expected given the time of year.
We love asking.
Once that news gets to me, I'm like, I go somewhere like probably still visible, but like behind a crate, and I'm like, yeah. Ew.
Little victory dance.
Up until like the fourth day, is there anything that anybody would like to be doing?
Sir's just doing his temperance homework. He's probably moved on to actually like that second set of books that she had given him when he stopped by, as he is. I think actually either of the girls might recognize some of the. I know that you don't necessarily do your magic academically, but he's working on starting his homework for second level spells, essentially, because that'll be coming next time he levels up. So he's working on going to the next stage of his magic, and it's funny because with him not wearing his armor, wearing warmer clothes, having all the spell scrolls, and is surrounded by books, he probably looks more like a really muscular wizard than he has looked normally when walking in Waterdeep. He's like put all of his little he has like 6 scrolls like around his belt with like he's put little colored tabs on them so that he knows which one is which. Color coded it. And he's spread out all of his books on the floor, which is funny because they like slide. He gets upset. And I was going to say just earlier, but I had forgotten that I was going to use some of my supplies to do a recasting of. No, actually, not going to do that yet. Never mind. It's just studying.
Okay. So then, as we no, go ahead.
I would just offer my card services to anyone that wanted it.
Okay. Why don't you roll me a percentile die?
All right. 71.
Okay. I will say among the crew members, you are able to make roughly 5 gold. Because it's like 5 silver per reading is kind of what you've been charging.
Yep.
And then a gold for a sleep reading. So you're able to get about that much money in working on the ship just with that stuff. Okay. As we move into the 4th day of sea travel, I think that's a good time for us to take a break.
Oh yeah. Take a break.
So we will be back roughly 5 to 10 minutes. Although you know us.
We got a lot to catch up on.
Yeah.
We will see you guys shortly.
BRB, fam. We is back, fam.
Welcome back to Waterdeep Dragon Heist Resurfaced. We managed to keep our break to a minimum, I think. We did a good job. We normally don't. My hair is growing a mind of its own, but I think we're okay to go back unless there's anything else anybody wants to say.
Pee pee poo poo.
Pee pee poo poo. Okay, so as we kind of move into day 4, you guys wake up today to do kind of and you guys are woken up at like the ass crack of dawn to go upstairs, do all the chores. Breakfast is usually something a lot smaller, or not just. It's not usually something that's cooked. It's usually closer to what your rations are. There's always a bowl of fruit for you guys to take fruit from. It's not super fresh fruit, and some of it's probably pretty bruised. But fruit all the same. Things like apples is kind of what you're mostly seeing. Coming up onto deck to do your chores for that day. The day itself is much colder than you guys have been experiencing over the past couple of days. It's grayer. There is a wet sort of fog that is hanging in the air as you guys are going about your morning duties. The kind of wet fog that you can feel when you breathe in. It's almost like humidity, except it's not hot. So that is kind of what you're experiencing today. If there is anything that you would like to do.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think it's just relaxing now.
Okay. So as you move later in this day, that fog that was hanging in the morning, fog in the morning is usually pretty common. It's when because moisture kind of settles in the air, and you wake up in the morning and there's generally a sort of fog that settles. It usually dissipates later in the afternoon. Fog doesn't dissipate today. In fact, as you go later in the day, it gets thicker and thicker to the point where visibility is cut almost in half, if not more.
Hey, Nova. Is it usually this foggy in like the greater Baldur's Gate tri-state area?
I mean, we've had fog before, but I'm not sure how far out we are.
You expect to be getting there within the next day to 2 days.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, it can be quite rainy and foggy in Baldur's Gate sometimes, this time of year.
Yeah. I mean, if the rest of the crew doesn't seem to be worried about it, then I'll
Pull a
think...
card just in case, because, seems appropriate.
I guess this is definitely the thing that you can pull a card for.
Yeah, do it. Where are my dice? CP3. 8. Okay. You said it's like mid-afternoon now, and it's still foggy?
You pull the
sunken ship card. Oh my god, this never existed before.
You pull the... Well, I'm just thinking about how Chell did their intro as... I'm a Kraken.
I'm a Kraken.
Coincidental.
Purely coincidental.
Picks the Kraken for the...
Joke's on you, if a Kraken shows up, I'm gonna hit on it.
Is that really joke? Chell's like, hey, remember? So I got that natural 20.
Oh no!
I do have a natural 20 that I can use at any moment.
mean, okay, doesn't really make much sense, but alright. I pulled an upright hermit card. Where is it? Shows that you're taking a break from everyday life to draw your energy and attention inward to find the answers you seek deep within your soul. You realize that your most profound sense of truth and knowledge is within yourself and not the distractions of the outside world. You leave behind the mundane and set off on a journey of self-discovery led only by your inner wisdom and guiding light. Now is the perfect time to go on a weekend retreat or a sacred pilgrimage, anything in which you can contemplate your motivations, personal values, and principles to get closer to your authentic self.
I mean, it makes sense, but also, what if sea snakes that control your thoughts are going to attack us, and it means that we have to, like, fight through a mind prison, and that's what it means?
I mean, it's just a general reading. I wasn't really concentrating on anything, so it could pertain to our journey now, it could pertain to me, or one of you, or someone on this ship. I'm not sure.
I don't trust the sea snakes. They have no right being in the water like that.
Some sort of test.
I pinch myself. Does it hurt? Am I asleep right now? Am I dreaming this?
You're awake.
Okay, cool. They haven't struck yet.
Alright. Well, nothing too ominous yet.
I kind of like the fog, personally. Something about that sort of dreary weather just sort of gets me nice and
You made me yawn.
nice and comfortable.
Get snuggled up in blankets on a day like this, yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
I'll be working, but I want to be, like, peeking down into the water. Or, like, looking out, because I can't see out. Can I see the water? Is it that foggy that I can't see the water?
Nope.
I don't look at the water. I fucking tie ropes. And yeah. I go to look, I can't see, and then I tie ropes.
There's a moment in this afternoon where the master gunner, Ikate, sidles up next to Sir and kind of leans down. He is taller than you. There is no reason I think yet to worry, but I have bad feeling about this fog. It would probably be good if you would armor up, so to speak.
Oh. Really?
It is just intuitive feeling.
I'll trust a man's guts. Alright.
And you said you wouldn't need your armor.
I said, but I also said I'd carry my weight, so I'll be right back. I give him a little pat on the arm, kind of passing glances at both of you two.
You might want to inform your compatriots as well.
Yeah. I like give you guys a look, and like as I'm passing towards where our quarters have been, Ikote says he has a bad feeling about the fog, so whatever your card said, I'm gonna go armor up. You might want. Do you want me to get your staff? Do you have your staff?
Yeah, it's here.
Okay. Don't need to get anything from down below for either of you. Okay. Keep your eyes about you.
I don't take off my armor.
I
take it off to sleep, but I put it back on because I don't. I've been
really
shot
been
one too many times.
He had a fear of like going overboard in like full heavy armor and just sinking. But
Is
alright,
this a
I'm gonna
test?
go. Test is something, I guess. He's gonna go put on his armor.
Okay.
Get his shield. I guess he's gonna fully suit up. So like 10 minutes, I think it takes him.
Those of you who stayed up on the deck, and then Sir, when you come back up after donning your armor, Akatsu does look on edge, and he is standing towards the edge of the boat, or the ship rather, You can see his ears kind of moving and rotating as he's like listening around. He looks on edge.
Can I do perception check?
Sure.
I will.
Yeah, I want to like listen. Do I hear like? Is it like way quieter than it normally would be on a ship right now?
Well, perception check.
14. That's
Can
not
I
very
have
good.
Hickory try and fly off?
Mm-hmm.
In the fog.
You can roll a perception check for him.
8. I don't know. I don't see shit. I don't hear anything.
No.
I rolled a 7 plus 7. Was not very good.
Dang, that's low.
I
Not
know.
bad.
That's a low for Nova.
That's low
roll.
for Nova. That's why I was like, oh, not very good.
That is pretty low for Nova. It's not a bad roll by any means, but
But for Nova, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Hickory has a 12.
Okay.
okay. So the 14 and 12, it does seem very still. Actually, still enough, in fact, that you're noticing that you're not hearing as many like waves. You can't see the water too well, but waves crashing up against the boat. Ship. Sorry.
All of the naval people in our chat.
Yeah.
So fake!
Sorry. Giving you the impression that the water's pretty still. The air is also very still too, yet the boat is moving forward at a normal speed.
Okay.
Usually when the air is this still, there is a point in time where a boat has to sit, a ship has to sit, and wait for the winds to pick up. But the ship's, god damn it, is moving forward at a normal speed.
That's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna just automatically just press the button on my staff and elongate the scythe.
Okay. The captain, Zed, is also kind of on edge. He's walking around. He is standing currently on the forecastle and he's like leaning against the railing, kind of leaning over a bit. He does eventually shout towards whoever is on the helm to furl the sails.
Oh, I'm near there.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does furl the sails mean?
I have so they might come and attack the sails. I don't know. I have a weird feeling.
Okay.
If I spider climb, would being able to just walk up the mast help make it faster to furl the sails?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm gonna fucking waste a spell slot here. I pull a spider out of my pocket and I give it a little kiss, and then I put it back, and now I have spider climb. So I'm
I
gonna
love that.
just climb up the mast. And I'm gonna do what I can to help.
So there's furl the sails means to stow them away, basically.
Yeah.
To pull them up so that they can't catch the wind anymore. He is essentially asking you all as the crew to stop the boat. So he shouts to furl the sails, and then he watches as people begin to climb the rigging, and then there's you just standing on the deck with a little kiss that he can't see the spider, and then you just walk up the fucking mast, and so it furled the sails, and he, what the fuck? What are you doing?
I don't know if they, is it ship etiquette that you can't walk up to the forecastle to say something to the captain?
No.
Okay.
You can talk to the captain.
Sir will at least come partially up the stairs and just be like, Captain Zidon, I'll just want to say that the members of the Three of Cups, your passengers, are also at your disposal if this gets a little bit hairy. We do know how to fight.
Good to know. I can see based on your armor that you were definitely not wearing before.
The others have various magical skills.
In combat experience, I hope. I'm not expecting... There are a few things that could go wrong in a fog like this. Sometimes it is that...
We got you, Graham.
No! Because I know exactly who I'm assigning that to as well. I know exactly who that name is going to be.
Okay.
And his name was not that before, but it is now. Oh man. Oh man. I'm gonna have to introduce myself as that name, and it's gonna be so hard to do in a stream.
Don't worry, you have time.
Oh god, oh god.
That's amazing.
I'm so sorry. That just really caught me off guard for a sec. There are a few things that could be happening, or none of them, but I wish to be prepared. There are cases in which some pirate ships, for example, will use things like fog cloud to create create conditions that are not conducive to sailing in order to steal from a ship. There are also different magical fogs that I have run into in the past that produce creatures of many kinds, so I am very wary as to what is going to happen. In fact, and he yells out to the crew, anyone who is not able to defend themselves or not a part of any of the security measures we've in place needs to bring themselves downstairs, below deck, close the doors, and lock them now. And some of the crew, mostly the grunt workers or deckhands, begin to finish their current task and head below deck. You guys are left with mostly the officers of the ship, and then yourselves.
I'm gonna come back down to kind of centralize myself on the main deck, so that I can quickly go to anywhere.
I think I'm on the left side of the deck, just pacing back and forth.
Okay.
I'm furling those sails faster than anyone has ever seen them furl, because I can fucking walk right up.
And I'm guessing, and Kote is one of the people that stays on deck?
Yes.
Okay.
He can fight.
I mean, well, yeah.
In fact,
so.
He's probably loading.
In fact, he's now wearing armor, and he has a long sword on his belt.
Alrighty.
Oh my god.
You might get to see him use that ballista.
Shoot me with it.
Okay. Just waiting. Let's see what
Okay. So the ship's sails have been furled, and the ship itself comes to a slow stop. The anchor has not been cast out, so essentially the ship is just meandering and floating. There is a bit of movement just because water moves, but beyond that, it is essentially parked. And everyone is there's a little bit of pacing involved, or slowly walking up and down the ship with the intent of listening, but everybody is quiet because that is what is happening, is everybody is listening. Eventually, the captain, after about 10 or so minutes of this, the captain shouts out, "I need somebody to get into the crow's nest. Keep an eye, please."
I will speedily climb up there!
Okay, that's a bit alarming. But you can make your way up into the crow's nest. Why don't you all roll me a perception check as you are doing your listening?
Okay. That's a 16.
Okay.
13 for Sir, which isn't bad for him.
Oh, that's so much better. 25.
Okay. So Nova and Talus, you see it as well as hearing it. Sir, you just kind of hear. There is a light that shines in the fog at about a distance, and it's difficult to tell what it is because if you've seen a light shine through a fog before, it generally illuminates the fog itself and doesn't make it easy to discern exactly what you're looking at. The fog itself kind of illuminates this light bluish green sort of light, but it is accompanied by what I can only describe as wailing.
And is it port or starboard side?
Starboard.
Yeah, I'll yell down about, and I'll say that that there's a light and wailing on the starboard side.
Yeah, I just are on deck.
Okay. The captain moves on the forecastle to the left side of the ship, as well as Ikate himself. Ainsley remains at the helm in case that's needed. There are a few other crew members that stayed up on deck. It wasn't just the officers that remained with you. It's just more there are more below than there are above. The captain snaps to one of them and points to the sails, as in get ready to unfurl them if we need. And that man climbs the rigging and gets ready to do so. Ikate kind of stands sideways and he's not looking anywhere, he's just listening. And he's got a very concentrated look on his face. And then you hear that wailing, and wailing I mean forlornly crying wailing. That wailing slowly begins to turn from forlornly crying to a high-pitched shriek. And Akate's eyes go wide. He turns to just the general rest of the ship, and he says, "Ghost fog."
Ghost fog!
Sir looks confused as hell, but
Sharknado!
Well, you two lived on a damn ship, so he looks at you.
I mean, I don't think we've ever had yeah. I looked down.
Sir's literally looking around at the people immediately around him, like, what the hell is ghost fog?
Sounds metal AF.
One of the crew members who, upon hearing ghost fog, immediately draws his weapon. And stances up, basically, legs shoulder width apart, looking around, waiting, essentially. It's a magical fog. We've run into it before. It essentially produces spirits. We need to. Oh, and he takes a deep breath.
Sir just kind of rolls his neck and cracks it, and he's like, "Oh, fuck it now," and he's gonna draw the razor. Going two-handed,
Okay.
baby.
Captain immediately gestures at the person in the rigging to unfurl the sails. It's basically just a snap at that person, and then he points at Ainsley and says, "We need to get..." Wrong accent, damn. We need to get out of the fog. Move now. Push us through. And she gets to work, beginning to maneuver the boat. The sails get unfurled. That screeching, that high-pitched screech that you hear is basically Doppler effect. It starts really, really, really soft. It feels like it's far away, and it is slowly getting closer and closer and closer until that slow, increase in pitch and volume speeds up. There is essentially a sound rocketing towards you. What are you doing?
I'm preparing. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the first thing that is not one of our people. I'm getting ready to just blast stuff.
Sir is bracing for an attack to come, so he's taking the dodge action.
Okay. Nova?
I am holding an action to turn undead when things get within 30 feet of me.
And is that a wisdom save?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like, let me get a sip of my drink before
Have we ever seen Nova turn?
It's natural 20.
Have we ever seen Nova turn undead?
This is new, I think.
No, the only other time we fought spirits was when we opened that damn book.
Yeah. And I feared them or something.
Yeah, I didn't have
Yeah.
that. I had my muscle memory. I didn't have turn undead.
Yeah. Here we go.
So is that I don't know that I can't hit things that are turned.
Sir doesn't know either.
Yeah,
I don't
we
think
don't know
Nova
that.
knows either. It's fine.
Like, unless a crewman says, like, you gotta use magic, like, the man's just gonna swing a big sword at it.
Okay. So the two of you that are holding attack actions. And then, sir, you are dodging, which essentially gives them disadvantage in hitting you. The two of you that are preparing to attack, as that screeching gets closer to you, you see this purple, vaguely humanoid-shaped shape burst from the fog and shoot into the general area of the main deck of the ship. Looks like they are targeting and heading straight for your new Leonin friend. Those of you that are holding actions to do that, to attack, Talus, you can go ahead and roll to do that.
It looks like a cute little ghost, like the little Snapchat symbol. It's like that. It's not gonna hit. I doubt it. 9.
No, unfortunately, it does not hit. So it's difficult for you to kind of ascertain exactly where this creature is bursting from the fog, and with the lack of visibility, these creatures, as well as yourselves, essentially have half cover. So you can add a +2 to your
Ooh, okay.
AC, because the fog is giving you half cover, just because of the lack of visibility. But that also goes for this creature. So that 9 unfortunately does not hit. And it bursts from the fog to the main deck of the ship and goes directly for Ikate.
No.
Which, for him, that's going to be a hit, definitely. So 3d6 necrotic damage to your new Leonin friend.
Ooh.
Oh no, buddy.
Time to see if he can take it. They know what this is, so they fought it before.
Okay, so essentially like a ball of force, this spectral creature hits him basically square in the chest, and he kind of knocks back a bit, uses his back foot kind of as an anchor to hold himself up, rolls a Constitution saving throw, and passes. So he looks for a minute like he can't move, and you can see his like muscles kind of stiffen up, but he shakes a bit with the force that he is using to push through that paralysis that is setting over him, and he is able to save that saving throw. Roll initiative.
Yeet, delete.
This one.
Okay.
Nova.
7.
Clerics.
That's
Sir?
like cleric. I don't know.
10.
Jesus.
Hey, if we go closer together, I prefer that, honestly. I
True.
mean, everyone gets a turn in the round, so initiative never bothers me that much if I roll low.
Dallas.
14.
Okay.
Okay, we're pretty evenly spaced.
I think I may be the most dexterous one, so like honestly, it's on par.
I have a +1.
I have a +2.
Okay. So beginning the initiative is actually that same creature who got an attack in at first is going to get one more. And again, that hits. So another 3d6.
Buddy.
For 12 damage.
Ooh, I mean, I only have 36 HP. Like, 2 max rolls on this guy and I'm down.
And then a con saving throw again. Which does pass again. So basically it's boom, boom, immediately in succession. He is hit by this creature that is acting as a ball of force that's moving towards him. Once this creature has finished hitting him and he is once again fought through this paralysis that is moving to set over him, the creature takes a more corporeal form. It is still... I mean corporeal as in you can tell exactly what it is. That vaguely humanoid shape is now very clearly humanoid. It is what looks like a human, but has had some sort of magical force has taken over and changed some of its features. Its human hands are ending in claws. Its face is kind of morphed. It still looks like it has skin over its face, but it's sunken in. You can see the cheekbones perfectly. The teeth have kind of grown to be a bit more sharp. The hair on its head is kind of moving and flowing behind it as if it's underwater, and it's surrounded by this purple smoke, like material or substance. Its eyes and all of its features, its eyes, behind its eyes, its nose, and then its mouth, when it opens its mouth, they're all glowing this like white glow. That is tinging most of its form as well as the smoke that's around it. Moving on to next in the initiative, you hear a dull thud hit the deck of the ship of a much more corporeal being than the one that just rocketed out of the sky to hit your new Leonin friend. And you don't exactly know what it is yet, given the lack of visibility that you have. The only thing you hear is a yell of pain coming from a member of the crew.
Oh god.
Next in initiative, you begin to hear that high-pitched screaming, shrieking once again, but it is layered this time. There are more than one there's more than one voice overlapping each other here, as boom, boom, 2 more of these purple creatures fly into the main deck of the ship. One going for the captain, one going for Sir.
Oh god.
The one for the... I'd say yes, both of them would be if they're going for Sir. So I will roll those wisdom saves first. One of them rolled a 6, the other rolled a 16. Okay. So the 6 does not. So as this one of these more incorporeal creatures rockets onto the ship, it hits the deck and becomes that more recognizable shape. And Sir, you can see it beginning to, it looks at you, or at least you think it's looking at you. It doesn't have irises or pupils or anything like that, but its attention looks like it's towards you, and it looks like it's going to move towards you. Nova, what does your turn undead look like? And this wave, this purple wave that is emanating from the cards that Nova is holding, rushes out, moves towards this creature that's very clearly about to target Sir. And rather than lunge and move or use its body essentially to launch itself at
Misty's
Sir.
muted on stream.
No!
Sorry.
Shit! Well done.
No, it's
Kingsley.
okay. Do you want to describe your...
Yes, I will say it again. So much
Yeah,
in the
definitely.
same way when her cards act up and have a mind of their own, this card shows up as blank as she pulls it, and as she waves her arm out, it kind of glows like a thin line of purple, and she waves it out like a fan, and a blast of bright purple light emits and flashes against the creatures.
Moves towards that creature, and as I was saying, Sir, and what was a creature that was about to lunge towards you or use its body essentially as a ball of force towards you, simply turns around and begins to walk away.
Okay.
However, the captain hits.
Sorry, buddy.
That's okay. For 12 necrotic damage.
I'm undead.
And a con saving throw, which also passes. Okay. Which brings us to Talus.
Okay, so there's the one that was attacking Akate,
Mm-hmm.
and there was one that was going to attack Sir, but now is like, bye!
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one attacking the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna start walking down from the crow's nest.
Okay.
And I shall Eldritch Blast the one that's by the lion guy, the Leonin guy.
A crow's nest is typically about, according to the interwebs,
It's like 50.
anywhere between 20 and 50 feet. So I will call it an even 40 right in the middle.
So, yeah, I'll go all the way down to, like, as far as I can get with the 30 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Eldritch Blast is 120 foot range.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if like, the hypotenuse. I don't know how long a ship is.
A ship like this is generally going to be 60-ish feet long, so you've got plenty of time, or plenty of room.
Okay. I will blast it. It looks like a kitty cat. No, I don't think I do. Where's my 14?
2 hit,
Yeah.
just barely hits,
Okay. I'm not super hard.
Okay.
and that is with the half cover.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, that's a 10. That's 10 points of force damage.
Okay, and that you said that is force?
Yes. Eldritch Blast is force damage.
Perfect.
I wonder if your wind thing can blow the fog away.
It's only 10 foot radius. I mean, I could near me, but then no one can come near me.
Then, yeah. Okay.
And it's a ship, so like...
Ugh, okay.
Which one were you attacking? Remind me.
The one that was attacking the lion guy, because he got hurted.
Yes, he did. Okay. So what color is your Eldritch Blast?
This one is pink, and it looks like a kitty cat, and it goes like, "Arr!" and then launches into that ghost.
Okay, so you can see this beam of pink light at the head of which is a little kitty cat shooting across the ship. Hits this humanoid-like ghosty creature. And there is a moment where whatever force is holding this creature together, this smoke, this light, this shape, you can see begins to kind of break apart before it kind of sloops back together. You can, and it is kind of flickering at this point, I guess is the best way to put it. It looks like it's struggling to hold on to the material plane. Like it's just kind of, you can tell you hurt it quite a bit.
I basically like so instead of me like being like parallel to the deck and looking down at it, I for a moment will flip backwards and then like bend my neck back and go at the ghost because I'm just fine. I'm just like and that's my turn.
Okay. Ainsley's turn is next. Her turn is going to be spent doing what the captain told her to do. She is going to be paying attention to those who are unfurling the sails. Unfurling the sails and doing her best to drive the ship forward, maneuver it through the fog in an attempt to get out. The ship is able to move. If I can get... There we go. A little more than you guys per... It looks like about a 90 to 120 feet per turn. So, that is what she will do. Brings us to Jacot, who is the person who is unfurling the sails. I will roll a dexterity check for him to get up there, which is a 16. I will call that good. So you can see him basically spider monkey his way up the rigging and the ropes that are tied to get yourself up. He's able to, I will have him dash. So he gets up there 60 feet, which is enough to get to where he needs to unfurl the sails. Ainsley is kind of getting things set up to get the ship moving, but she can't yet because the sails are not unfurled. Which brings us to Nova. No, I lied, sir.
Okay.
Sir is going to start. Can I get to the one that's engaged with Akote with my movement? I was positioned sort of in the middle of the deck.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So Sir begins to run towards the one that is engaged with Akote, and he's got the razor in two hands. As he moves, he kind of does a little bit of a turn and a spin with his body to do his somatic components for Booming Blade.
Okay.
And then also throw his shoulder into it as the blade begins to vibrate with booming energy. I'm gonna just go for a home run swing against this thing's head with the razor. Oh, but I'm not going to do it, unfortunately. Do I want to? I'll do my inspiration from singing the song.
Okay.
Oh, better. Much better. Dirty 20 to hit.
Perfect. That does hit.
Awesome sauce. So that's going to be 2d6. Because it's the Great Sword version. A 1 and a 2, which, great weapon fighting, I'm going to re-roll both of those, because that's horrible. Much better, 6 and a 5. So that's going to be 15 regular old slashing damage, and it is sheathed in booming energy.
So, go ahead and roll. If the target moves. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so just the normal slashing damage doesn't appear. Roll a perception check.
Natural 1 for a -1.
Okay, you hit it with a blade.
I do hit it with a blade.
Mm-hmm.
And I cut through its neck and I go, the head didn't come off!
Yeah, and as you cut through its neck, there's like a slash through it, and it kind of separates the head from the body for a moment before it fills itself back in again and is whole.
I bloody hate fighting ghosts!
Now it's Nova.
How hurt is the captain looking?
Roll a medicine check.
Uh, 24.
He is looking, I mean, he took some damage but he looks like he's taking the hit pretty well.
Okay.
And can keep going relatively well enough.
Okay. And I can't see the lion?
From where you are, I would say you could probably see his silhouette.
Yeah,
or
but
just,
I wouldn't know
generally
he's
where he is.
jacked up.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I kind of figured. Okay. That'll change it. Do I want to do it? Yeah, I want to do it. I want to see if I can do it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably focus on the one that I can see on the captain then.
Okay.
And I'm going to need a wisdom save, please. I'm going to do it insinuation, and my crescent moon lights up, and my eyes glow as I try and focus the psychic wave at this person, this thing.
That is a 13.
Okay, so the target at the end of each of its turns, it takes 1d12 psychic damage, and it is currently incapacitated.
Okay.
And you can try and make a wisdom saving throw after you take the damage.
Okay, cool. So you see incapacitated, which essentially means it just can't take actions or reactions.
Yeah.
It can move.
Yeah.
But as you push this psychic energy towards the creature and attempt to just permeate its mind, or what you think it has left of a mind at least, you are able to take some sort of hold on the creature. There is a connection that you've made with the spell insinuation, which allows you to create this damage every one of the creature's turns, and it kind of looks like it essentially goes into just like autopilot mode. Like it was originally focused on the captain, but now it's just kind of sitting there.
Okay.
Like its focus is completely gone. It's not looking at hostile or going to attack anyone. It's just kind of there.
Perfect. And then I will try and back up a bit to get closer to Talus.
Okay. It is Steven's turn. He is going to also attempt to finish climbing the rigging to assist in unfurling the sails with his acrobatics check of 14. He is able to get just below where Jacot ended up, and is able to. He does not use his action to dash, so he's 30 feet below. And is attempting to begin unfurling the lower sails, which he will use his action to do. Jacot just went to the higher sails, which brings us next in the initiative. Nova and Talus, that thud that you guys heard towards the back end of the ship, there is another thud that is heard, but it is near you two. Essentially falling from the sky, landing in a 3-point three-point landing, is another vaguely humanoid creature. But this one has also been transformed and changed due to necromantic magic or whatever brought these creatures back from the dead. Its face has become elongated, its jaw long and hanging open. It looks like it can't even close its mouth all the way, and there is a very, very long, like, at least foot-long tongue that's kind of snaking from its mouth that turns a bit towards the end. Its skin is gray and pallid. Its hands have grown. Its fingers are much longer than normal fingers, giving it an uncanny valley sort of feeling, though, of course, it doesn't look normal to begin with. Its teeth have kind of grown and are blackened and are coming to points at the end. Easily used to rip flesh from bone. It is tall, I would say hitting about 6 to 7 feet. There are parts of its body and skin that are rotting away and sloughing off. One of its hands has kind of degloved a bit. And the skin itself is separated from the muscle, and it's kind of just flapping. There is a putrid smell as it comes to be between the two of you. It takes this landing on the ship and turns immediately to Nova. And will reach out to attack with its claws. Or claw-like fingers, anyway. That is going to be 9, 13.
Miss.
Okay. So it lands and whirls around at you, and weirdly enough, kind of on hands and feet. It's not quite walking, as it because it lands and it's got its hands on the ground. It turns and then it uses its hands to kind of run forward in this really jerky, the horror movie jerky, as things move quick towards the camera, jerky movement, and it freaks you out so bad that you scream and jump back, and it rakes out with its claws. You are able to jump back in fear just enough that its claws barely miss your face. You can feel the wind as it moves in front of you. That is its turn.
Oh, yikes.
Which brings us last in the initiative to Akate, who sees this creature going for Nova. I keep wanting to say Nora for some reason. I don't know why that keeps coming out. Who sees this creature moving to Nova. Yeah, I don't know. And immediately gets this sort of protective air about him. The scar across his face has caused part of his lip to basically be broken away or squished up because the scar tissue's kind of pulled it taut. So his fangs and the teeth in his mouth are kind of showing, but with a little bit of a rumble in his throat, the other side of his lip kind of moves up in sort of a growl. And with a yell that comes out as a throaty roar, he moves forward with his longsword to attack.
My hero. Kobu, that you?
That is a 17 plus 5, which definitely hits.
It's me, Nova. I've come from Lion King 2.
Hell yeah!
Deception.
So with a two-handed over-the-shoulder slash, evil as plain as the sky.
That's so good.
I love that song. So with an over-the-shoulder two-handed slash, he does 12 slashing damage to this creature. And unlike the more incorporeal creatures that you guys are experiencing here on the ship, this creature is very much flesh and blood. And you can see that as this sword slashes through his back. It kind of comes up on his ribs and down his back, and from the wound, what normally is blood from a breathing and alive creature such as yourself is just coming out as this coagulated, gross, goopy black substance. And that jerky run that he had done towards you is immediately interrupted, and he stops and he whirls around again on Akate. Which brings us back to the beginning initiative with one of the more incorporeal creatures. The one who is attacking Akate, in fact. Who is also going to go for Nova, given that she was the one who attacked it.
So
wait, is that the one that's incapacitated?
Booming blade.
Oh, it is incapacitated. You are right.
So it takes a D12.
No. That's the booming bladed one. There's the one that got turned, and then there's the one on the captain, which is incapacitated.
Yeah, you incapacitated.
Okay,
you are right.
That's right.
So
And then there are
right,
two
thank you.
thuds
Yep.
of this
so
other
this
stuff.
should be
Yep.
my booming blade damage.
Is
If
it
this thing moves,
Gotcha.
yeah.
If this
And it does. Towards
Okay.
Nova.
So it's going to take, unfortunate, 1 thunder damage.
damage?
We
a
do
little-
reroll ones for damage.
Oh, that's right. We do that in this.
Remember?
It gets
Oh my
a little fart on it, like a little
Wow.
big energy.
6 thunder damage.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would also like to use my reaction and make an opportunity attack.
Go for it.
Okay. La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-da. Stop rolling 4s. No, I missed. This one's a 10.
Okay, so as the creature begins to turn and move towards Nova, there's this large thunderous booming sound that happens that essentially causes it to kind of trip forward if it was walking. But there's this like jerky, like almost falling motion as it kind of stutters forward to get towards Nova. You slash out again with your sword. It has moved out of the way just enough that you barely graze it, doesn't do any damage. However, that booming blade thunder damage, it is flickering. There are pieces of this like a smoky, like purpley substance that are trailing behind it and remaining behind. It's like it looks like it is really struggling to hold on to this form that it has created. You can tell it's really hurt.
Okay. He probably thinks he slashed it and hurt it.
Which brings us to the Capitan, who unfortunately doesn't have any magic. Actually, sir, you missed.
So it attacks me.
Yeah. I did, yeah.
But the captain sees this, and begins to yell a string of insults and swearing at this creature, giving you a chance to re-roll the attack roll.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, is it? Oh my God, is it Battle Master? I don't even know. Something.
He's yelling at me. It's actually a 19 instead to hit, which I believe hits.
Yep.
Oh. 2d6. One of them is a 2, so Great Weapon Master will allow me to reroll one of them. Double 6s, baby, so that's 12 plus 4 is 16 slashing damage on that opportunity attack.
Down to 8 because it has a resistance.
Right.
However, as your sword slashes through it and it is attempting to hang on to this form that it's created on the material plane in order to attack all of you, your sword slashes through, and instead of fusing back together and like basically like gooping back into this form as a humanoid shape, that smoke dissipates and blows off into the wind.
I look towards the captain and just give like an affirmative nod.
Points at you and like a uh-huh, and then grabs his sword and gets ready to attack the creature who is on him, which is the insinuated one, correct? Yes, okay. So Captain's gonna attack him. He unfortunately doesn't have any magic, and that misses with a 5 plus 5, a 10. So that is a miss. So the Captain's sword slashes through the creature, and the creature is essentially able to move apart and let the sword pass through it without any problem and fuse back together. However, you are able to roll that damage for the creature on this turn.
Yeah, 9.
9 damage, perfect. Cool. Okay. Which brings us next in the initiative to that thud that you heard towards the back of the ship. There is a scratching, clattering sound across the floor. Sir, as you turn around and see another one of these humanoid, very much solid creatures scurrying across the ground in this high speed, like jerky movement towards you as it lashes out with its claws. Sorry, I'm switching between like 4 different tabs here. That's gonna be, I don't think a hit, a 9 to hit.
Oh, no.
So once again, in the same manner that Nova did, maybe not so much that you're so, maybe you are so startled that you jump out of the way, but you're able to jump out of the way and dodge out of the way enough that you can feel the claws as they kind of scrape against your armor that you're wearing, but it's just like a scrape across it, and it is not able to permeate or cause you any damage, and you are able to sidestep the attack.
Strapped to my body. for keeping my insides inside.
Okay. Which brings us to the turned specter. So I'm just looking up the turn undead really quick.
It lasts for a minute.
Okay.
Do they repeat saves at the end of their turn, or is it just
no,
until
just
they
for a
damage?
minute, or until they take damage. And they can't get closer to me.
It has to try and get as far away from you as possible, taking all of its movement, and can only use the dash action. So, the creature continues to move 60 feet away, which actually takes it off the ship.
Yay!
But being that it is an incorporeal creature, it is able to move through the air.
Okay.
Which brings us to Salus.
How far away am I from these, like, nasty, lanky, crawly guys that are on Sir and Akate?
Within
I'm
your
10
movement.
foot- I'm 10 foot up from the ground.
Oh, okay. So, I'd say you're about 40 feet away then.
Okay. So... I will... Bonus action, Misty Step.
Okay.
Which gets me 30 feet to an unoccupied space that I can see.
Okay. So that can
I
get you basically within 10 feet of either of them.
Is it like Sir and Akate are like on one side, and then like the nasty thingies are like on another?
One's on me as well.
I think it was one on Nova and one on Sir, not Akate.
Okay, so what I
Because
want
there's
to
only
do...
two of them.
I want to attempt, and I don't even know if it's going to work, my Fey Presence, which is like my Frighten thing, and that's a 10-foot cube, but I want to try to not get my allies in that if it's at all possible, but it seems like I would only be able to get one of them in it.
Is it a 10-foot cube centered on you?
Alright, wait, hold on.
Or is it a 10-foot cube anywhere?
It's a 10-foot cube I think it's centered on me. Yeah, originating from me. Actually, though, if Nova... How close was Nova to me?
If it says originating from you, but not centered on you, you can essentially be a corner of the cube and push out in 10 feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't realize that one of the crawlies was on Nova, and then... Was there one crawly on the lads, or two crawly?
There's one crawly on me, and then Lion came to protect me, so we're in between one.
Yeah.
And
then the other one moved from the back of the ship to Sir.
Okay.
So there's two total. One like with Nova and Akate, and one with Sir.
Okay. So if it's possible, I would like to try to get like two of them in the 10-foot cube.
I think if you position yourself so that you're the corner and it pushes out towards them, so basically one corner hits one and one corner hits the other, because they're about 10 feet apart, that you would be able to do that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I will do with my action, because I also still have my movement, so if I need to move, then I will do that. And they have to make... anybody who's in it has to make a Wisdom saving throw, DC 14, and they'll be frightened, so... I look at them and I scratch my head, but they see me pulling my own head off!
I think if you position it correctly, you can just have their ghouls. You can just have the two ghouls in there.
Okay.
If that's
I don't
what
even
you
know
would
if
like.
this... Yeah, I don't know if
I don't
even
mind
can be
taking a
feared.
Wisdom save. You know that Nova doesn't mind that.
Yeah, but I will attempt
Great.
to fear them.
So one of them rolled a 9, which I believe is a fail, and the other one rolled a 19.
That one saves.
Okay.
But the other one is frightened, so he can't move near me willingly, and he has disadvantage on attack rolls as long as he can see me until the end of my next turn, and that is my turn.
Cool. And I'll say that's the one that has been with Nova and Akate.
Cool.
Cool. Let me make a note of that so that's how I remember. Cool. Okay, so that brings us to Ainsley, who is able to start moving the ship now that the sails have been unfurled. So you guys kind of feel a lurch as the ship begins to move forward, and it is still very strange in that the air around you and the sea around you is very, very still. You can't tell if it's that there's the illusion that it's still and that it's actually there, or if the air is magical and able to be traveled through. You can't ascertain that, but the ship does begin to move forward and is able to move forward 120 feet for that turn. You're still in the fog as this is happening, but Ainsley is doing her best to maneuver you guys out of the fog, so that spirits stop showing up.
Nova has gotten a gold, and Sir has received a little bit of bardic inspiration from the spirit of Blitz Greybeard, aka Molfin.
Thanks.
So you get a d6, and Nova gets 10 gold.
Nice.
Thanks, everybody. Okay. Brings us next in the initiative to Sir. You have one of the ghouls on you, as well as... No, I lied. Just a ghoul.
How far away is the ghoul from Nova and Akote?
It's within melee distance.
Oh, I'm in melee.
Or the one...
How far away is the one engaged with Akote and Nova from me?
Gotcha. Okay, I would say about 10 to 15 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna try and do something that looks very cool in my head and is some anime bullshittery.
Do it.
Absolutely.
So Sir is wielding the razor in two hands, and what he's going to do, I'm gonna just say the whole turn out. He is going to spin just a little bit over his shoulder and see that you're still being engaged with this thing. And like a traditional axe throw, he's actually going to yeet his entire greatsword through the air as a thrown attack at that ghoul, which is an improvised weapon attack, which because of Tavern Brawler, I'm still proficient in. And then he's going to bonus action it, reverse into the air, back into his hand, action surge, and slice the one in front of him.
Okay.
So
go ahead and roll your ranged attack with your improvised weapon.
Oh, please.
You have a bardic inspiration from chat. If you need it.
I do?
Yeah, I said that.
That's what that was. Yeah, you get.
It cut. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
You're okay.
All right, let's see if I need it.
Because all of us have accrued so many channel points that tonight's the night that we're just like, yeet! Everyone's like, yeah.
Is it a D6?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna use it, because I was poopy. No! It's still poopy! It's not enough!
You can use my DM inspiration.
No! Okay.
It's really cool. Do
It's
it.
a really cool move.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's worth it.
Alright.
It's my job to make sure you guys feel cool doing what you do.
Thank you. Well, then that's gonna be a 26 with the inspiration, because I used that. Inspiration and Bardic Inspiration, since I used both. 26 for the thrown weapon attack.
Absolutely hits.
Alrighty. So it'll be just a d4, because it is still improvised weapon. So it'll be 6 slashing damage as he yeets it, and Nova, you probably get really scared because an entire greatsword comes out of nowhere and slams into its neck, and then seems to magic reverse spin through the air back into my hand as a bonus action, because Eldritch Knight. Action surge, slash at this one for not enough. That's okay. I rolled like I rolled like 2, then 3, then 2. The damage was a 1 that was re-rolled to a 2. This one misses. Really cool turn. Didn't really turn out that well. That's okay.
So, I mean, it turned out really cool in that you were able to throw a greatsword, which is pretty awesome.
And didn't decapitate me. It's pretty...
So you threw a greatsword, aimed it well enough that it hit this creature in the neck, didn't decapitate your friend, able to summon it back to your hand, and as you spin around to do your second attack with your action surge at the ghoul that is with you, weirdly enough, with a weird amount of strength that you didn't really expect the creature to have, its very elongated hand reaches up and grabs the blade to stop it.
It probably cuts
And
its glove.
there is a slice on its palm and its fingers as its hand grips around that blade, and it tosses it down, but not so that you drop it, but just like shoves it away from itself. And there's that black, goopy, coagulated blood that starts like, it can't even drip. It's so like thick, but it like pools.
Okay. He's just gonna be grating his teeth at that one. Man, yeah, that was using literally everything, and it was like 2, 3, and 2.
It was so cool.
Back with a vengeance. All right,
it was so cool. Okay, that brings us to Jacot, who is going to finish unfurling the lower sails, which takes 2 turns to do. He has finished doing that, but with some of the sails unfolded, they were already able to move. He finishes unfurling those and begins to climb back down to assist in the battle. Which brings us to Nova.
Alright, so I can see Lion Boy, yeah? Kovu?
Yes, he's...
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cast Healing Word.
Okay.
At 2nd level. That seems appropriate for the amount of damage he's taken. 9 healing.
9 healing.
9 healing. And as my action... so you kind of just see that her now, her purple markings are now glowing as she kind of just, like, reaches her hand and, like, her words kind of, like, echo in, like a discordant sound, and she says, "Find your inner health," and she kind of pulls with her hand. And that's from his inner chest that the health kind of like spreads over the front of his chest. And I'm going to swipe at the big boy with my dream scythe.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Do it.
$13.
Just barely misses.
Yeah.
With that extra half cover that it gets, as well as you guys, its DC or its AC is a 14, unfortunately.
Noted.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Nope, I just hold my ground. I'm like, ah.
Okay.
Don't stab me.
Steven. Sorry.
Tavern. Here comes Tavern.
So Steven will... I believe he was the one who was doing the other sales, right? I totally forgot about that.
But Steven, he didn't roll as well, so he like got there, but it took him a little longer to get started.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So he will get the rest of the sails unfurled as his action, and he will move back down the rigging 30 feet as his movement. You can see that there is a sort of green glow emanating from his mouth as he is preparing to do something for his next turn. Which brings us to our little buddy who is attacking Ekate and Nova.
He's scared.
Who is going to go for Nova, which means he has disadvantage on the attack. Which makes that a 13.
No.
With disadvantage, which doesn't hit again. You're able to kind of more anticipate what it's going to do, knowing that basically what it has to attack you with is the claws at the end of its fingers. You're able to kind of duck out of the way. And Ekate, seeing that it is going to attack you again, is going to go for it with a 15, which is just 1 over its AC. So once again, two-handed with his longsword, he does 6 bludgeoning or 6 slashing damage to it. This brings us back up to the captain.
Kelly, you have another DM's inspiration. It was returned to you.
I have it back. I squandered it.
Amazing.
Here.
This is fun.
This is fun.
Once all of us spend our I still have almost 200,000 channel points. Once they're gone, it's gonna be a lot harder to do this stuff.
I had like 8,000.
I have like 130,000.
I've spent. Yeah, I still have 190.8 thousand. I've spent a lot, and it's like very full still.
There.
Oh, there you go. Inky, you got inspiration.
I love
Oh
it.
my god.
From me.
I didn't mean to. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because you need it, apparently.
Rolling these 1s and 2s, boy. Welcome back.
These dice are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, welcome back.
It's because when he gets a natural 20, I really, really need it. That's how he's always been. Okay.
Okay. Brings us back to the top of the initiative with the Capitan, who's going to pull out a hand crossbow and shoot at, not the turned one because it's long gone. It's like off the ship at this point. But the other Spectre that is still here. There are 2 that are still left on the ship, and he's going to shoot towards one. With his hand crossbow, which is an 18 to hit, and has disadvantage because that's so still 18 to hit. It's outside of the range. Which is a 6 piercing damage, halves to 3 because of the resistance.
And he gets plus 200 sexy points of damage.
Which brings us to the ghoul that is attacking Nova, who's still frightened, so that's disadvantage. Does he get another save on that, or is he still is it just frightened for a certain
It's till the
amount
end
of
of my next turn, or my my incoming turn that I'm gonna have.
Okay, so yeah, he's still frightened then, so that's a disadvantage. Which is... Where's my mouse? There it is. A 14 plus 2, which is a 16.
Just hits.
Okay. So this time, the creature does not slash...
Did you add plus 2 to your AC?
Oh, no.
The fog
Yeah,
gives us
the
all
fog
plus
is-
2.
Oh, okay, then no, it doesn't hit.
Okay.
I lied.
So, the creature, instead of slashing out at you with its claws like it has been, opens its weirdly long jaw and weirdly wide mouth, and there's these very icky, sharp black teeth that are sitting in its jaw, and there's almost the illusion of its neck elongating as it moves towards you and opens its mouth. But judging by the look on your face, Nova is equally as horrified by this and is able to kind of take her scythe and stick it in its jaw to keep it from biting at you, and it bites down on the handle of your scythe for a second and then backs away as if it had attacked you. And you kind of get the idea that it thinks it attacked you because it made contact with something, even though it didn't attack you, kind of giving you the impression that it's not the smartest creature in the world.
Okay.
But there are bite marks in your scythe now.
Okay. Oh no.
Which brings us to the turned specter, who is going to continue to attempt to get as far away from Nova as possible. So that brings us to Talus.
So I am going to look at the one that I have frightened and that just attacked Nova and missed, and I'm going to point my finger at it and said, "You should be very scared of me," as it thinks that I'm holding my head in my hands, and I shoot an Eldritch Blast out of my finger, and it looks like a tiny boat, and it's blue!
Okay.
And that's definitely gonna hit, because it's a natural 19, plus
Hell
6.
yeah, that hit.
And I'm gonna do the blue D10. Nope, that's a 1. That's a 9.
9.
Points of force damage.
9 force damage?
9.
Okay.
9.
But now it's not feared anymore, because that's my turn.
Okay, cool. So as the frightened condition sort of wears off of this creature, and you attack it with your Eldritch Blast that shoots across the ship towards it, it's no longer frightened of you. So it immediately turns its attention to you.
Oh no.
Ainsley is going to continue to try to maneuver the ship out of the fog. She shouts to the captain, who is attempting to fight these ghoulish creatures off. Basically shouts, "Almost out. Keep holding the line," essentially.
Hi.
Which brings us to Sir.
Alright, let's try this one more time with gusto. Except not one more time, because I'm not doing the same thing. He's going to go and kind of try and slide his blade back against the hand of this ghoul, and then go right back in for a thrusting attack trying to go right through its ribcage with another booming blade, and hopefully vibrate its insides a little bit. That's what we like to see, buddy. That's a 22 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
Okay. Reroll that 1 on the damage because of great weapon fighting. Another 1. Fine. 9 slashing damage, and it's sheathed in booming energy.
Okay.
So he slides it back and goes to thrust it in. He only gets like kind of the tip of the blade into its chest, but sends those pulses of vibrating magic down the length of the blade inside of its rib cage and plants like a little bomb of energy inside of it.
Okay.
And,
with the precision of someone who is very clearly trained how to use the sword that he is using, you are able to pierce just between the ribs of this creature. And you watch as your booming energy travels down the blade almost in like a pulsing manner and settles itself in the wound of the creature, ready to go off the second it attempts to move.
Alrighty, and then I'm actually going to try and bait its reaction and do like a quick rotation around it and pull off towards the captain to try and help him with this incorporeal one.
Okay, it's going to attempt... Are you moving away?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to attempt an opportunity attack against you.
Okay.
With its claws. Dirty 20?
Yeah, that'll just hit. I'll take it though.
Okay. So with a slash of its claws, it rakes its hand out towards you, and you take 7 slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Constitution saving throw is a 22.
Passes. So you feel this energy beginning to take over your body, stiffening your muscles and locking your joints in the positions that they are. But you're able to kind of use your strength and to kind of force your muscles to move again and fight through this paralysis that's beginning to overtake your body.
Full 30 feet towards the forecastle, and he's shouting, "Permission to assist, Captain!"
Permission granted!
Alright, start huffing my way up the stairs.
Jacot is next. He has gotten to the ground. He used his movement to climb down the rest of the mast or rigging that he used to get up to unfurl the sails. And he is going to use his scimitar to attack the ghoul that just tried to do an opportunity attack on Sir. Not that die that ended up on the ground. That's not gonna hit, I don't think. Got a +5. That makes that a 11. That does not hit, indeed. Ghoul is able to do the same thing it did to Sir, where it's kind of able to grab that blade and kind of just push it out of the way, using its body as a shield rather than any sort of physical shield. Which brings us to Nova.
Hi. Yeah, I'm gonna do Toll the Dead on this thing in front of me.
Okay. Is that a wisdom save?
Yes, please.
Natural 1.
Hey, and it's been damaged, yeah?
Yes, it has been damaged. So you can do 2.
I think it's 4?
4 damage?
Yeah, I roll low.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, yeah, I'm low.
Okay. What does your Toll the Dead sound like?
It sounds like the bamboo wind chimes.
So, bamboo, this like nice, calming sort of tinkle of bamboo wind chimes rings out over the still air of the ship as it is moving as fast as it can through this fog to get you guys out so that you no longer have to deal with the materializing spirits. And for most of you, it does sound as calming as it does. For the ghoul that was targeted by it, there is a moment where you can see in his eyes, like the veins in his eyes are kind of filling in black, and there's this energy that's sort of starting to pulsate through his face, and you can see that you are affecting him deeply with this psychic energy of yours. He is still standing. He does not appear to be doing well.
Gotcha. Right, I think that is... Well, how bad is Kovu looking? I'm not gonna stop.
He's just Kovu now.
He's Kovu now.
Roll a medicine check.
We must save the sexy line.
Kovu Akate.
19.
He appears to be doing okay.
Okay.
He looks a little beat up, but not so much that it's hindering him in any way. If he were to gather mechanically what was going on, he's probably only missing 5 to 7 HP.
Okay, yeah, then I'll hold off. I was just checking my surroundings on health-wise.
That's totally fine.
I am cleric.
This brings us to Steven, who is preparing an attack before that attack comes in the form of a dragon weapon breath weapon. Given that he is a black dragonborn, that is acid, and it moves out in a line in front of him for 30 feet. He uses it to attack specifically the ghoul that has turned on Talus for a nat 1.
Ink, you have a nat 20 now.
Wait, are breath weapons are they attack rolls or
Is it?
saves?
I think it's a
it
dex
would
It might
save.
be a
dex
save. I think it's a dex save. I think you're right. That was still a 1 though.
A 1 for the save is good.
Indeed.
So,
So that 1 for the save is a fail.
yay!
You are correct. It was a save. So that is the full 2d6 damage for him, which were both 1s. Let's re-roll those.
Destroy him.
A 2 and a 2. So 4 acid damage total as this green acidic goop erupts from his mouth in his dragon breath weapon. There is now an acidic material on the ground, which is bright neon green, so it's easy to see. But given that he used it, given that he used it to attack a ghoul, you can safely assume you probably don't want to touch it. So that brings us to that ghoul now, though, who is going to attack Talus.
Is he
With
leaving
a
my
claw.
attack range?
I had to get like right close to you to do my
okay.
fear thing.
No, yeah, he's still
no.
within
We can
melee.
probably circle you and then
Gotcha.
be in. Yeah.
So for the ghoul to attack with his claws, that is a dirty 20 again. So it's 2d4 damage.
Is this the one that I booming bladed? Did that one move around?
No,
No, this is one
the
on me.
other one.
Okay.
So that is 7 slashing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Okay. This die.
Don't get that paralysis. I fought ghouls at like level 2 and it was not fun.
Uh-oh.
So it's not that one, but it is 2 plus 2, which is 4. But like if you put 2 2s next to each other, they're a 22. It's a 4.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
Yeet.
Yeet.
I heard it.
So, I'm sorry, what was the roll?
4.
4. So you are now paralyzed as you feel this stiffening of your bones and your muscles kind of taking over, and you kind of just freeze and you can't move. The only thing you can do is blink. You are paralyzed for 1 minute. You can, however, repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns, and if it ends the effect if it is on a success.
Cool. Owie.
Which brings us to Akate, who is going to attack the ghoul that he has been dealing with Nova. 2 plus 5, 7. So that attack unfortunately does not hit. He overestimates his attack, and rather than hitting it, he basically grazes it, and it doesn't do enough damage to cause it any pain. Which brings us to the top of the initiative with the captain, who is now with Sir, and is attacking one of the remaining Spectre, because there were 2 Spectres remaining, and one of them essentially left because Nova turned him.
Goodness. Could you imagine if you just yeeted all of this stuff away? Oh my goodness. Nova.
Be gone, thought.
Nova Pog.
So he's going to use his scimitar in an attempt to attack the Spectre. Which is unfortunately a 12, which due to the cover does not hit. So once again, the Spectre is able to kind of dematerialize in enough space to allow the scimitar to pass through, causing no damage. It is, however, now the Spectre's turn. And it is going to go for the Capitan. with its life drain ability, which is another 11. 7 plus 4. So that is not a hit. So he doesn't take any necrotic damage or doesn't need to make a Constitution saving throw. He is able to kind of move out of the way before the Spectre can get a grasp on him enough to do this ability. Which brings us to the ghoul that is booming bladed and is attacking Talus. So it does attempt to move towards Talus. You can roll that booming blade damage.
I shall. Oh no, wait, Talus is paralyzed. It needs to die. I don't think it will.
I'm good.
Yeah, but paralysis means auto crits if it hits.
Yep.
Ah
4 thunder damage.
It's not looking good, but it's still standing.
The first one was a 1, by the way, but we re-roll 1s here, and God, do I roll a lot of them on this show.
Okay.
Talus.
So it is its turn, so it's going to attack Talus, which is an auto crit because you are paralyzed. It is attacking you with its claws.
Yeah.
So that is going to be 2, 6, 12, 13, 14 slashing damage. And I need a Constitution saving throw.
This one betrayed me last time. Little dragon, I know you won't fail me. Little dragon, you failed me! 6.
Okay. So you are still paralyzed.
I'm ultra paralyzed.
Ultra paralyzed. It is, however, your turn, so you can try saving one more time.
So yeah, I'm just no thoughts head empty right now, and I will try to save. As I'm bleeding out. Nope, that's another 4.
You are still paralyzed.
Super paralyzed.
You are still paralyzed. Okay. Ainsley is going to continue moving the ship. Based on what she said to the captain, gather that there are 2 turns, including this one, before you get out of the fog. Which brings us to Sir.
Sir's getting real tired of these things not being able to be bloody hit. And he says so. These bloody things are hard to hit. Let's try this one. And he will clench his fist. As he's been practicing his magic, it's not so instinctual anymore, and you can see that he actually says magic words more clearly and has succinct somatic components. He grips his hand in a fist and balls up a bunch of force energy, and he's literally just gonna hold a magic missile in his fist and punch the ghost with it.
Bobbity, back the fuck up, bitch!
He's just gonna punch it in the back of the head with some force damage, but it's gonna burst off, and one of those bolts are going to go towards that ghoul that I didn't finish off that's attacking Talus.
Okay.
So,
2 on the Spectre, 1 on the ghoul.
Yeah. I went like this, and you know what? I ask it every time because I can never remember. Do I roll 1d4 and apply it to all bolts, or a d4 for every bolt?
That is entirely up to you.
Let's roll 1d4 and apply it to all the bolts.
Okay.
3! So that's going to be 4 points of force damage to the ghoul and 8 points of force damage to the Spectre.
Okay. Spectre is struggling to hang on. It's doing that sort of like flickering, trailing, falling apart sort of thing that the other Spectre was doing. The ghoul, as you, Talus, watch as a ball of force energy rockets across the ship and moves to hit this ghoul square in the face, and it collapses dead onto the deck of the ship. There's not much you can do about it, given you're still paralyzed.
I'm like writhing in pain, yeah.
But it is dead.
I got you.
Smoky magic fist. Bonus action, I'm gonna second wind myself just to get myself back up again.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That'll be it. After this, I'm gonna recover 12 HP, so I think I'm back to
Cool.
normal.
Cool. Alright. Oh, god damn it, I keep dropping dice. Okay, Jacot is next. Going to attempt once again with the scimitar, which is once again a miss with a 4 + 5 = 9.
Fortunate.
On the fortunate. Which brings us to Nova.
Okay. In similar fashion to Kovu, I am going to reach out to Tellus, and my markings begin to glow. And with my discordant voice, I tell her to find her inner health, and I cast Healing Word at 2nd level as bonus action. Okay. That's 10 healing.
Okay.
Thanks, Nova. I can't actually talk.
And
You just
I'm
you
going.
blink at her.
I still. How far is the other ghoul?
The ghoul that's left is actually the one that was attacking Talus. So I'd say about 20 feet. And then there is a specter that's up on the forecastle, which I'd say is about 40 to 45 feet away from you.
I'll go to the one that's the ghoul, the big boy.
Okay,
And I will attempt to swipe.
go for it.
I'm gonna
Do it.
do a... I'm not getting engaged, I'm using the reach feature.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try this die. Okay. Natural 19.
Definitely hits.
I love this one. All about that.
6 damage.
How would you like to kill the ghoul?
Yes.
So as I'm running past Talus, I kind of pull my blade down and come up for an uppercut right underneath its jaw.
Come up for an uppercut right underneath its jaw. Your blade catches, and you're able to kind of tear the jaw away of this creature. This weird jaw that doesn't, its mouth doesn't close all the way. It's kind of long and hanging and elongated. You're able to kind of with your blade tear it away completely.
I
as
yeet it off the
collapses to
deck.
ground. Just like what?
That's my turn.
Okay. Which brings us to Steven, who has quite a distance between him and the specter, and it looks to him like the captain and this ginormous tiefling have it under control. So he moves actually to Talus, and carefully lowers her to the ground so that she doesn't fall and hurt herself.
Wait, were you paralyzed stuck to the side of...
She was standing up, yeah.
That's kind of fun.
I rolled for concentration, did not lose concentration for any of those hits.
Mhm.
So I'm just tetanus spasming in the air.
Ikate is going to make sure that Nova and Talus are okay, so he essentially just moves towards you guys. He does have an eye on the situation with the last remaining specter that Sir and the captain are dealing with, but he doesn't move to attack them unless he needs to. The captain is next. God.
Captain.
5 + 5 is 10. Doesn't hit. Spectre is going to attempt to attack Sir, who has just shown up and attacked it. So with its life drain ability, that is a 16 + 4, another dirty 20.
Yeah.
So it's 3d6 necrotic damage, and I need a con save from you, please.
Constitution save.
13 necrotic damage.
Oh, damn. Okay. 11 on the con save. Dice
Saved.
is mean to me. Oh, yay! Okay.
DC's 10.
Ay.
So fortunately, your hit point maximum does not reduce equal to the amount of damage taken.
Alright.
Okay, brings us to Talus. If you'd like to roll a saving throw to no longer be paralyzed.
Oh, okay, that's a natural 19 + 2.
So you can feel this stiffness that has taken over your joints and your bones, and your muscles begin to dissipate, and you slowly are able to move until Okay, you can shake it off. You are no longer paralyzed.
I see the hulking form of Akate coming to view, and I'm like, shit, I'm being really uncool! Shake it off. That's my turn.
Ainsley is going to maneuver the ship another 120 feet towards the end of the fog, which brings you to the edge of it. Jacot is still... He has lowered Talus to the ground to make sure that she was okay, and now that she's moving, he's like just checking over you to make sure nothing happened. Sir.
I'm not risking missing this last thing. I'm gonna burn another spell slot and do my now signature melee range shotgun magic missile right into its chest.
Okay.
With the underside palm just... So let's hit it. 12 force damage. All 3 bolts into it.
All 3 bolts pulse into this spectral creature, and much in the same way the other one did, it immediately loses its form, and this purpley smoke that has been keeping its form together dissipates like over the deck and into the wind. That is the last creature. You are no longer in an initiative as you guys sail out of the fog.
Holy shit.
So just like puts his he leans his sword against the
Your turn.
banister of the forecastle and just puts his hand on it.
You get...
And,
11 healing from me.
me?
Yes, you.
Oh! Alrighty. As he's taking that little breather.
But you feel it coming from your center.
He's like he probably doesn't notice that you cast it, so he's like, yeah. You're badass.
There's my inner health.
Badass.
Yeah,
He's
there's
like
your inner
doing
health.
affirmations to himself.
Yeah.
Whew.
Alrighty.
Is everybody alright? Akate yells out to everyone.
Being a little stiff, but mostly alright.
I'm good. Just a scratch. I kind of hold up my scythe.
I would much rather your weapon be a bit damaged than you yourself.
Yeah, that's all I got it.
Are you alright?
Oh, I'm fine. I've taken much more damage than that before. Why don't you all get yourself settled? I'm going to go downstairs and check with the rest of the crew to make sure that they are all alright and make sure no spirits appear below deck. I am also going to brew some tea if anybody would like to relax after the endeavor.
That sounds wonderful.
That sounds lovely.
Aye.
And he goes below. The captain jumps down from the forecastle, goes over to you guys, holds his hand out to shake yours.
And give him one of those wrist ones. Yeah. Said,
We were fortunate enough to have you on the ship today, it seems.
I was happy that we could be here, although I was hoping that maybe we would actually get to not be attacked for once. Seems like it's gonna follow us, so I apologize.
No, it is not your fault. I don't think it followed you. There's always something at sea that you need to be prepared for.
I feel like we just had this conversation, Ace.
Maybe. Well, either way, as far as first boat rides go, ship.
This is a ship.
My apologies. My first ride on a ship. I guess it could have gone worse. Thank you, Captain.
We will hope that the rest of the journey will bring us fair winds, clear skies, and no more ghost fog.
Oh yeah, there's some bloody shit of some weather. Not a fan.
I think it's kind of cool. Like, what if there was like snake fog or like hyena fog, and it's just a cloud of beasts?
That would be quite alarming to see a cloud full of hyenas here on the ocean, given they are not native to the biome.
How about like an ale fog that I can just breathe in and get a nice drink out of my day? He starts going down. He cracks his back, picks up his sword, starts going down the stairs.
Out of Nova's hookah fog. Get nice and relaxed.
As long as we don't run aground.
I don't think that we're going to run aground in the middle of the ocean, but he knocks on wood.
I'll wait till like the various crew. There was like Steven was cool, and then the other guy, Jacot. I'll thank them. Thanks for your help, guys. When I was spasming on the ground.
It's an ability that Steven says that the creatures have to paralyze. It's quite unnerving when it happens, and I just wanted to make sure you're alright. Are you alright? Are you feeling okay now?
Yeah, I'll probably like do some yoga before bed, because my shoulders kind of hurt now, but like, I mean, it was kind of cool that I was like having a spasm like while still attached to the mast, wasn't it? Like, that probably looked really cool, right?
It was quite impressive, yes, indeed. That's quite an impressive spell you have. Actually, if you're going to be doing yoga later, find me, I'll do it with you.
Yeah, well, tea, yoga, it'll be great.
Okay.
Can I take these leaders, the ones that didn't disappear, and toss them over the side?
By all means.
Alrighty. Just yeet, delete.
And if there's any more of that goo that came out of them, if you want to either do it yourself or find somebody from the crew below to mop that up, I do not need my ship smelling like a crypt.
Respectfully, Captain, I'm going to try and find one of the crew below deck. I think that I have been of use enough. I would like to rest a bit.
I quite agree, and I believe you deserve it. Just go find one of the swabbies. They will clean it up for you.
I will go do that.
Okay. I think that's a wonderful place to end for the evening.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh boy.
All right. By the time we arrive, this ship ride will have been 5 days total.
Yes.
All right. So we left on the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
So it's currently like the.
It's the 18th if we're. Yeah.
So that we can take note.
I got it.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Is there anything anybody wants to add as a parting farewell?
A lot of the people that were giving us the Probo Point redemption things have gone to bed, but still, thank you all very much for all of the amazing gifts and boons.
That was really fun.
It was a great first day. It was like first day back. Oh, so good.
Yeah, and it's good to
that
be
NPC
back.
though. It's gonna be great.
Oh god, I know exactly who I'm gonna do it to too. I know exactly.
No.
Oh yeah, that.
So I will say it's not the next NPC you meet, but I think that it will make up for not being the next NPC you meet by who it's gonna be. I think that will make up for it.
And we do have another natural 20 stored now. I think there's a natural 20 stored on player's side and DM side.
Yeah, Ink has a natural 20 and Chell has a natural 20 and is it Dud Fuddy or Fud Duddy? Because you said Fud Duddy, Graf.
Yeah, you did say Fud Duddy.
If you want Dud Fuddy, you have to redeem again.
Now they're twins.
So it's Dead Fuddy.
No, it's okay. It was Fud Duddy at the time of redemption, but
we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's Fud Duddy.
Okay.
But yeah, Little Dragon Corp and Cardboard Castle Games, and thank you for joining us.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Good
Awesome.
game.
Thanks for joining us for my first time back in the DM seat here on Proficiency Bonus in a while. You guys made it super, super fun. We're gonna start doing every other week now with the Wildemount and Waterdeep for the foreseeable future, just depending on how things square out and how I feel, but we will keep you all updated if that changes. But thanks for a good first stream back, guys. I missed you guys so much.
We miss you too.
Okay. if you are attempting to do some really, really freaking cool sword throwing / retrieving / slashing
Anime shit.
stuff straight out of an anime, just make sure you
15.
add your proficiency bonus.
Hey.
GG.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, love you, bye.
And inspiration.
And
inspiration. And bardic inspiration. And you're not 20.
Good night, everyone.
Love you, bye.